What up? They're probably at a busy point in the evening, and I might just be talking to myself or just talking to ZC, which is fine. I'm gonna make this open format. Just there's shit crashing my own stream already. I don't even know where to start. I'll probably start. Anyway, this is open format. Anybody that wants to jump on here, as long as they're not psycho, they can. I don't even care which side of anything you're on, because man, there's just, I mean, the media has dumbed us down to the point where you get like important information and they don't know anything about the case, so they can't highlight it. And then shockingly, the people that follow the case all this time, they're also just like completely clueless about what's going on. Um, it's pretty ridiculous. Hey, Christine. Um, so so far the state's case has been really, really bad. Like, they have not provided really anything, and it's not a matter of like being fair to one side or the other. It's their case has been really bad. Like, all their eyewitnesses said that Rick Allen, like the person that they described, isn't Rick Allen. Like, that's not strong. This bullet evidence is not strong by itself, but you got a I've been waiting for it, like, I mean, my bar for what will convince me beyond a reasonable doubt is like, I mean, it's somewhere. Like it's at least you have to show me something, but like up to this point I've never seen anything. And this isn't like the bombshell, but I've been waiting. Like, I expected that the state was going to provide some stuff that were going to appear as though they were bad facts against the defense, and I'm open to hearing those. If they've got the goods, they've got goods. But so far, they didn't provide anything. I don't even, and it's really fuzzy on this one thing because they've not highlighted it all. So I just don't know if they're like completely incompetent or if they still don't have it. But I've been waiting for this information to come out. The and it's been trickling through because we don't have good access to this trial. But it came out that, I kind of like started putting this together before it came out in trial, and it has to do with the ballistics report and the property record receipts and matching those up against each other. And there's the one Winchester round on the ballistics report, and I think like people were confused because like there was this one random round, and like, oh, the random round is the crime scene round. Well, it's not the crime scene round. There's one random round at Rick Allen's house, and the one random round is a round in the keepsake box. And very strangely, the only item that is detailed on the entire search warrant, property record receipts, the ones that are available to us, because I think there may be more, because there's no box cutters on there. So if they took box cutters, they either didn't log them on that, or they're logged on something that they did not show us. But the only item that gets specific of where they found it in a keepsake box, in a dresser, behind a closet. Like, there's only one item on the entire out of all the items that they collected, uh, that goes into detail where they found it, and that's it. That one round, and that's a Winchester round. Um, the most specific it gets besides that is just generally says in garage. We found some stuff in garage. Like, it does not say, hey, we found this thing here and we found that thing there. They don't say that. So putting two and two together, like, you might think, well, Nick does his opening statement and he says they found a Winchester round. Well, that's the first that we've heard that the round the crime scene is Winchester round, which provides at least some sort of link. And I think it was yesterday or the day before where they mentioned, oh, the round that they took from that Rick Allen's house, that was a Winchester, and it was a hollow point. Okay, like, do you see where it's going? And then today, the round at the crime scene, also a hollow point. So I was able to guess before either of those two things that came out exactly what the kind of round was, because there's also, lo and behold, the FBI has had a contract with Winchester, and that is their preferred. Like, that's the contract that they have. They have the Winchester hollow points. It's the PDX-1 Defender. I mean, you can purchase it as a civilian round, but it's heavily favored by law enforcement and very specifically by the FBI, and it makes you wonder why the uh, the FBI didn't really think too much of this round. They didn't put it on Ron Logan's warrant, and that's the only thing we have to reference up to this point. Um, so it does make you wonder if the FBI knew it was their round, or they knew it was a law enforcement round, because they're kind of they're familiar with that. That's their round. Like, by definition, by contract, that is their round. So I think it's not like the most damning thing. Anybody could end up with one of those rounds for whatever reason. Um, the other thing that clued me in is there's also a Winchester Supreme Elite empty ammo box that they took from Rick's house, which kind of clues you in, because I mean, you do have to make assumptions and be like, oh, that Winchester round is the Winchester round, and that Winchester round is a Winchester Supreme Elite, probably from that empty box. But it's curious that they almost highlighted that. And I mean, I'm not saying that they planted that there, but I'm not saying they didn't plant it there. And I don't think that they would ever use, like, hey, we're planting evidence to build our case on, like, as our main pillar. But it's not a bad backup plan, just in case your markings aren't all that convincing, and they're not. So I don't know how everybody's missing this. Like, it like, if there's a bombshell that's come out, like, that's actually something against Rick Allen, I like, that would be it. Like, hey, Winchester Hollow Point there, Winchester Hollow Point here. Like, just forget the markings. Like, you're matching two like things in two different places. Like, it's better than what they've had up to this point. Um, Still not great. Still doesn't even get close to meeting the bar of beyond a reasonable doubt, especially with, like, what they've put out so far. And I don't know that they're going much further with a lot of it. I don't know if that link is still there. If anybody wants to jump on, they're more than welcome. Otherwise, I'll just keep ranting. Did they find any hollow point? Yeah, Christine, that's the thing. That there was one Winchester hollow point in a quote unquote keepsake box, like, hidden in a dresser between the closets, or not hidden. I don't know if it's hidden or not, but, like, there's just one. It's a single one. It's out of place. All the rest of his rounds are in his gun, and they're all Blazer rounds. And Blazer rounds are, like, basically very cheap generic rounds that you don't mind shooting those, because they're not nearly as expensive. Your hollow points are, like, I mean, you don't target practice with hollow points, because it's a waste. Hollow point is for uh, stopping somebody. Yes, Christine, the one that we just got it tonight. Tom Webster, I think, was first to read his notes, and then Andrea confirmed it and said the one at the scene is also a hollow point. So it's I'd be very curious to know what Rick's attorneys have talked to him about that round at his house, and or what anybody has talked to him about that round at his house, because it's somewhat out of place and it's kept separately. I'd say if there's a bad fact thus far out of anything like that, that's probably it. Much more than the fishing license, changing your height on a fishing license. Like, how ridiculous are we going to get? Much more than uh, arguing with a cop about them searching your house and that you telling them, "Hey, it's over. I'm done. It's over." Okay, whatever. Like that. What do you think that means? Like, it can mean anything. And it probably means that he's frustrated with somebody trying to like infringe upon his Fourth Amendment rights. Queen Vic, have you talked about the .22 yet? Well, that's the thing. There is no .22. The, there's a Glock 22, and that is actually the firearm that a firearm that I own. It's the handgun that I own. It is actually chambered in 40 caliber Smith and Wesson, just like the gun that we're talking about. Like all the ones that they were checking were chambered 40 Smith and Wesson. the the Glock 22 is one that they got extremely early on. I think everybody's jumped to the right conclusion that that's probably a Maxwell weapon that was taken from the bicycle road warrant, even though we don't really have access to that type of documentation. But I think that's probably correct. It was something very early. Yes, it was very confusing today because Russ McQuaid with Fox 59 very specifically tried to say that it was, a 22 caliber, which it definitely is not. He's just completely wrong about it and just reporting completely fake news, which is very frustrating in this case, for especially for people that have followed it, that were like, we're not getting correct information as things go. We're getting lots of misinformation, and you're going to get disinformation from some people for sure. But yeah, I mean, the thing is with, I forget where I saw it. It was, or heard it or read it, because I'm consuming a lot of information right now, that like there seemed like there's maybe some feedback that they got from the firearms people that, like, look, I mean, we can check all these guns, but we're only going to be able to find the like extractor marks on a couple of different types of guns, like a P226 or something. And, they file that away in their memory bank, and you wait for the opportunity to find one, because as soon as you find one, like, you can just say it matches all of a sudden. Not that it actually matches, just that you can say it that it matches. Just that the other ones, like, you're struggling to say that it matches. Christine says, well, shit. So they raided his house, found the round in the box, and then came up with the round at the crime scene story to connect them devious. Well, I'd say that may be backwards. I think that they had the round from the crime scene all along. So, like, theoretically, just hypothetically, this is a conspiracy theory. This is the conspiracy theory part. Like, I'm not saying it happened. I think it's a high bar to convince me of a conspiracy theory. But say you've got, what rounds at the crime scene. Say you're going to go serve an arrest or a search warrant. Like, you can buy a box of the same ammo and just happen to find one there. Just happen to find one there, just in case that's the link that you need. because at least it's some link. On the other hand, if they do find it, well, is that pretty convincing? Is that pretty convincing to a Holman? Like, is he knows it's the right guy because you got one bullet and one bullet. Well, sorry, dude. Probably not enough. You know it's not enough. Like, shouldn't have ever jumped to any conclusions about that until you did more research and figured out maybe this is the guy. But I think that if you had done that, you'd find out there's nothing else there. So I don't know. I mean, I do think that I'd leave it open that there's good faith. Like, some people believe that Richard Allen is the guy, even though they don't have any evidence. And reality world. Hello, Charles. In reality world, nobody has to see Richard Allen for him to be the guy. You don't have to have any evidence for him to be the guy. Like, just he could be the guy. But in court of law world, that doesn't really work. So they can believe that he's the guy without having any evidence, but it's going to be problematic. It's also hard to believe that there wouldn't be any evidence. And finding one round somewhere and some round somewhere else, is that circumstantial evidence? Yes, that I would at least categorize that into like very weak circumstantial evidence, but it's more than, hey, I saw some tall, muscular, beautiful man with brown eyes and poofy hair, and that's Richard Allen, like Richard Allen, because that's not Richard Allen. Like, obviously, it's not. Like, get the hell out of here. Um. So yeah, I don't. I mean, the state like highlights how weak their case is. They like they should, like, I mean, you would imagine that they have something, like even being ready to be skeptical about whatever they have. Like, they haven't provided, they have not provided things like. And the one thing that I'm highlighting here, which I think is more something than nothing, um they're not even highlighting it. They're not making that point. They're going with their weak arguments, which is really, really strange. And it's, I mean, we can see that, like, something that, I mean, I think people really want to be critical of them of not doing a good investigation. And I mean, clearly it wasn't, but you do see that there's some wheel turning in there. Like, they did put a, now, I don't think it's a good idea, but they did put a lot of weight on this bullet. If they can find what gun this bullet goes to, they've solved the crime. Well, I think that's a flawed premise to begin with, because you don't know that that bullet has anything to do with anything. And the ability, or the realistic ability to match a bullet with a gun that hasn't been fired, like, that you just randomly found, like, that's not really realistic. But I'll give them credit. They thought it was a good idea, and they started testing guns almost right away. And they like, I mean, I don't know if they've been consistent, but they did a number of them early, and then they continued to do some. And then, they landed on Richard Allen and were like, hey, this type of gun can leave marks. Like, that's it, right? Sure. They just go for it. But they were working on that angle. I think it's a really stupid angle for them to work, especially when all the other possibilities of how you could hunt, like how you could research this. Like, I mean, the some of the things they're saying just aren't believable, as far as it being Richard Allen, and or like, you did an investigation. Like, you obviously couldn't tell that you saw a car that was a Ford Focus and then just ignored looking for Ford Focuses all these years. Like, you didn't do that. You're just trying to make the pieces fit and make it Rick Allen, where, like, is it or is it not? Like, you have to actually, like, they would have been way better off just like starting with doing the legwork and figuring out what they need to figure out. But they stopped and they're just like, I have to find the bullet. And then they didn't even tell the public that's what they were doing. What they told the public was, look for this fake picture of a guy, listen to these fake words, and then tell us who did it. Well, that wasn't going to work. At least we know that that wasn't solely what they were doing, that they were doing something behind the scenes, at least, even if it was only like, well, if we get a hold of a gun, we can try to check it. But like, they're putting way too much faith in that type of technology. Like, you can't track that. Like, it's just not realistic, man. Christine says, I just can't trust them when they say they found the bullet at the scene on the 14th. They're all liars. Then again, I don't think Liggett is smart enough to conjure up a planting. I don't know. Um, I mean, I think that they found around there. I think it is weird. We haven't heard from Barbara, who was very adamant in reporting that it was found later after the scene had been secured. You know, uh, you would think that a journalist would like, hey, you made this very important report. Um, you've got witnesses on stand and testimony saying that they found that bullet on the 14th. Okay, well, which is it? Like, and I mean, I'd almost certainly guess that her sources are law enforcement. So, are they feeding her disinformation? Maybe these media people, maybe these people shouldn't trust their sources so much. Maybe the cops will just lie. Like, anybody ever think of that? The cops gonna lie to you? Yeah, the cops are gonna lie to you. Right, Charles. They should have used the basics. Like, they should have done regular, good old fashioned police work, interviews. But they deleted the interviews. I mean, this is why people like question, like, is there something funky going on here? Like, and then if you accidentally delete all the interviews, don't you go back and redo the interviews? Wouldn't you do that? That seems like a common sense sort of thing to do. If you see a car on a video, wouldn't you go look for that car? That seems like a common sense thing to do. Like, why aren't they doing these common sense things? Why are they just waiting, hoping they find a gun that they can just say, yeah, I think that bullet goes to that gun? Or waiting for that magical tip that comes in that says, yeah, my brother did it. My dad did it. My husband did it. And I've got the proof right here, like the lock, ironclad proof. Because you can turn, you can, like, Elvis Field's sister turns her brother in, but do they listen to her? No, because you don't have the proof that he did it. They want somebody to solve the entire case for them, and they're just like, they're out there in la la land, man. They really, like, regardless of what the reality is that law enforcement fucked this up really, really bad. Really bad. I've heard that as well, Christine, and I that's just kind of like secondhand, so I don't know. I guess maybe, and maybe it's regarding the hair that they tested. That maybe that might make the most sense, because we've got multiple depositions. Um, that say the Richard Allen's DNA isn't connected to anything. I don't know. Like unless the defense attorneys got really squirrely with their words, and like his DNA is connected to something, but it's not connected to like something direct. I mean, that could be something. I mean, I don't think that's the case because the there's no point in the state sandbagging, especially when you've gotten to trial, when you're doing your opening statements. You say what evidence is going to come out. If you're just like, boom, we've got his car there, boom, we've got his DNA, like you just say that shit, like you just say it, like because then the jury's going to give you a lot more grace when you run out all these eyewitnesses that were like give you descriptions that are not the guy. Like maybe they'll stick with you a little bit long. Now they're skeptical. Now they don't believe the state case because it's silly because they haven't provided anything. Like you gotta like win them over, and they haven't provided anything. And I mean, what's your conclusion from that? It's probably, I mean, I say, until you see something, it's probably Rick Allen isn't the guy. Right, ticking time bomb. Like I mean, the proximity of looking at Rick Allen in his car, like every day for years, and dude, I mean, I can promise you, it wasn't secret that like Rick Allen had a gun, and probably wasn't even a secret that he had a Sig Sauer. Like, dude, what are they even doing? Like, is that what? I mean, the, we can't get past the fact that they did clear Rick Allen. They won't go into detail on why they did that, but we know they did it because his file says cleared on it. That's just the way that it works. I mean, I don't know what that means, Charles. I mean, dude, I can't imagine a scenario where uh someone that was gonna like get nailed for this crime is just gonna like be like, oh well, I guess I'll just hang around. Zero Cool says, if you make mistakes, shouldn't you admit your mistakes ASAP so you can take accountability for those mistakes and learn from those mistakes? Yeah, it's a good life lesson. What's up, WD? I can't know what your acronym now is. WDJTT? I'm just going to go with WDIT. If anybody wants to get on here and talk, woman, you're more than welcome. I don't know. I bet my link is no longer showing there. It'll probably mess up my directed. I kind of got over most of my points, I think, very quickly because I didn't really have a whole lot to talk about except like those things. Like I think the media is very stupid, and like the they're very bad at reporting like the important pieces of the case because they don't know anything about the case. I think that it is something that there's a Winchester hollow point that was found in the search warrant and found at the crime scene. I think that's not a nothing. I think that's a something, which is, you know, been waiting a long time for there to be any something against Richard Allen. Now, the converse part of that is that's the only something because all the rest of the stuff is all bullshit. It was like stuff like, oh, he changed his height on his. These are the bombshells. These are the bombshells. He changed his height on his fishing license, and he said it's over while while they were while he was arguing with the cops about them searching his house. Like, I think I would say it's over too. I'd be like, yeah, you know what? I I'm tired of arguing with you because I'm not going to win my argument, so it's over. And like, I guess that's it. Like, I don't know what other things that they're saying. They're saying trust that the markings match. Well, no, I'm not going to trust that. Never is going to trust that. Like, not only do I not believe in it, but like, you didn't like you tested. Did you test any other 6R PT26s? No, you tested a Glock 22 and Smith and Wesson and some waterlogged um guns and a different 6R. Like, you didn't test it like is any 6R 226 gonna make these markings? Like, I don't know. The whole thing's bullshit anyway, because the I mean, I think plenty of other people got into why the tool extraction markings and in the process that was taken is just not legitimate. Like, you can't take one fired round and then look at the picture of that and then compare it to what you've got and be like, "Yep, that's it." No, it's not. And they're not saying that's what it is. They're not saying, "Hey, that's it." They're not saying, "Yes, that's it." They're saying that's possible. It's possible it's it. Okay, cool. You know, lots of things are possible. I don't give a fuck if things are possible. Like, tell me something that's real. Right. This is going to be a fiasco, and I expected more from them. I expected that they would have something like, and I think that they don't have anything. They're like the entire like there's a lot of assumption that there's going to have a couple pillars to this prosecution. Well, the witness pillar sucks. The bullet pillar sucks. Like, are you feeling confident in those confessions? Like, because remember when they were 61? Does anybody remember when there were 61 confessions? I remember. I remember when there were 61 confessions. We get to opening statement. What does Nick say? Does Nick say 61 confessions? No, he says several. He says several confessions. Well, I mean, your opening statement's your roadmap. It's gonna say what you're gonna do. So is he gonna provide 61 confessions when he said several, or is he gonna provide several? I mean, he's not gonna like not tell you what he's gonna do. He's supposed to be telling you what he's gonna do. I mean, the fact that the whole opening is 13 minutes kind of tells you what you need to know. I mean, I think these guys are going to get their asses handed to them when the defense takes the floor, and I don't think it's going to be pretty. Four-Pit says you're witnessing corruption at its finest. I mean, it's not fine. It's fucked up. I mean, going back to Four-Pit's previous comment, for $4 million, I just think that you get some better corruption. I think you'd get like really railroad this guy, really plant some evidence, really frame this guy up. What are you doing? Like, you're not even trying. Yeah, this corruption sucks. You're not even good at it. Like, you're just dumb. Hello, Jojo. I don't really know what we're talking about anymore. I was gonna go more into gun stuff, but I don't know if there is any more gun stuff. And I think that we're hearing that they're going to go into DNA tomorrow. So, I think we're at the end of the gun stuff. Like, I don't even understand it. Like, I think, let me see if I can do that. I will if I can. Kind of close to maybe like 20. They said they might be close to halfway through. I think I think I think people should have some wrenches now. So yeah, I don't know. Like previously, they were talking about how they were going to have so many witnesses that were attached to these confessions. Like clearly, that's not going to be the case. And like we finally saw like what they were attempting to pass as a quote unquote confession, and it's that stupid fucking letter to the warden that says I'm officially ready to confess. Be like, get the fuck out of here. That's not confession, guys. That's not a confession. Why do you think that's a confession? Like, there's nothing about that. That's a confession. I don't know where they ain't gonna go with the DNA. 26. Yeah, I think it's pretty close to halfway through that 50. Is that true? I don't think that we know whether that's true. And this is one of the things that we won't hear from a state case. I think it's definitely a very um, plausible idea, especially now that we know what the timeline is. Is it the truth that the FBI thought the bullet was useless and came from an LE gun since it was cycled multiple times? Well, knowing what we know now, I would say that that type of a theory has only been further supported because it's not in the Ron Logan warrant. It's not mentioned. We know they found it on the 14th, so they say, right? We're going to give them that. They found it on the 14th. They didn't put it in the Ron Logan warrant. This Winchester hollow points. It's it is the FBI round. It's the contracted FBI round for the 40 caliber. So the FBI might even know that it's their bullet. Um, and then the cycled multiple times, possibly. I think the thing with the cycled multiple times is this is just someone that carries +1 in the chamber just out of habit, but they're probably a gun person, so they probably like do regularly clean their weapon also out of habit. They pop that last bullet out, they clean their sidearm, and then they use that same bullet as their +1 again until they finally go shooting. So that's some deductive reasoning that somebody could use. Like, hey, this is somebody that like probably like shoots like often, like it's a gun person. It's somebody that cleans their firearm often because lots of people don't. So lots of people are very like, they have a gun, but they're not like gun people. I think that you would be able to profile this person as being a gun person just based on them having those extractor marks, because I almost guarantee that's what it's from. It's just somebody carrying a +1, and then they're using that same +1 multiple times. You pop your mag, you eject your +1, you clean your weapon, put your mag back in, put your +1 back in. Like, that's a gun. It's a gun person. Like I would expect this person to have more than one gun, and Richard Allen only has one gun apparently. Otherwise, I would expect that we'd see them on the search warrant, right? Like, this sounds like a gun person to me. Someone that's cycling, routinely cleaning their primary carry weapon. Yeah, Dean. I mean, I think that's the. I mean, I think that I got the sense that this was a pretty good witness for the state, better than any witness they've had thus far. Um, as far as like maintaining like some professional composure and answering questions and like actually knowing what she's talking about. And I don't think that she's like completely wrong about it. I think that just the general like science of it is completely like not good. Um, they're going to be able to call their own, you know, firearms expert. Like, so that would, I think that a lot of it, you'll just have to take it with a grain of salt for right now and wait for their case in chief and see what they present that shows that this is crazy. This is completely crazy because, like, it's hard to call her crazy because, like, you can only go so far on cross examination. How many ejected shells matched? We have no idea. I mean, none really. They're saying one fired round matches. I think that was their essentially what they went with, which is crazy. Yes, and one out of how many? Yeah, I have no idea. Like, it was one out of three on the one report that they provided. How many previous times they did it, I don't know, including firing or just cycling. Because now they said that they did cycle rounds through it, but those didn't leave the marks that they wanted to see. Well, where's that report? Where's that ballistics report? Because you didn't put that in. Like, that's not something that got released to us. We got Exhibit A and Exhibit B. That's it. The items you took, and then this one test firing 3 rounds, you picked one of them and said one of them matches, and that's it. Okay, what about all the other stuff you do? Are there reports for that? Like, where are those? And why isn't that in public record? I mean, I don't know. I mean, whether it's a FBI gun or an LA gun, I would kind of keep it open. I'm not sure how soon the FBI was on site. If they were on site that early, I wouldn't rule it out, and that would give them a lot of reason to discount it if they already knew it's their bullet, because it literally is an FBI bullet. Like, that's what this bullet is. It is the FBI bullet. And Dan Doolin, or was it Dan Doolin? I think it was Dan Doolin said that this is standard issue too. So it's probably his bullet too. Like this is what they carried. Yeah, the problem with the just the unspent cycled rounds is that they weren't leaving the marks sufficiently that this one had, which kind of tells you everything you already need to know, right? Like, that's the whole answer right there. Because you can't like shoot, you can't fire the round and it still be unspent. So the markings are what they are. So if they're too light, then it's not a match. Like how light or heavy the markings are is intrinsic to whether it's a match at all. Like that, it's not just the pattern. Like that's, I think that's the part that's like getting lost in translation. Like the if you're just cycling shells through his gun and they're not leaving scratches, then it's not the right one. And if you're only getting it when you fire around and then it looks like it might match, it's still not a match because it's not fired. What like the so like there's a lot of people like to get really worked or getting really worked up about like, well, you can't match unfired to fired. And like, well, I mean, so there is a part of the process, and she did a good job probably on the stand of like talking about like why that's not completely like crazy. My understanding is basically, like you what you would do is you're gonna cycle some rounds through a firearm, see if you get the marks. You know, ideally they would be kind of consistent with the round that you're trying to match, and they'd be consistent when you did it a bunch of times. So you did it like you cycle 10 rounds through them and they all have the same scratches on them and they all match the bullet. But then you also fire it and see if you still get the same scratches on it, and you do. And then you're like, oh, you fire it 10 times and you're like, man, and that's consistent too. So that even just makes the whole argument stronger. And then you take all 20 bullets and you're like, look, they're all alike and they're all like this one bullet. That's not what they did. They cycled a bunch of rounds and were like, fuck it, those don't match. I can't even see anything on them. Then they're like, we're going to fire a bunch of rounds. And that didn't work. Then they're fired a bunch of rounds. That didn't work. And they fired some rounds and they're like, hey, out of these three, we got one. And it kind of looks like it. Like, is that good enough? It's good enough. It's entirely subjective. I'll just make up my mind, and that's the way it is. So that one matches. So it's a match. Get the fuck out of here. It is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I think the jury might not know what to make of it. This is kind of why I was thinking, like in jury voir dire, that they might like aim to get some people that were like maybe more familiar with firearms, but I don't know how like possible that is. Like, and it might not be like a top priority. You might just have to go with hope for the best with personalities and whatnot. But ideally, yeah, I think that if you got some people that did know more about firearms, that they'd be better equipped to realize like some of the silliness of this. Like, I think a lot of people that know anything about firearms would see through a lot of this premise that you can just match these two things, because clearly you cannot. Yeah, I don't know how much access that the defense has to like test or do things at all, because I don't know. I heard something today that was pretty crazy as far as them like uh them manhandling all the evidence that they took from Rick's house. Like, they put all their DNA all over everything. Like, so like, just again, hypothetically, conspiracy theory. Say they plan around there, but then they're all holding it in their hand, putting their DNA all over it. So you can't ever prove that they planted it there. It's mind boggling. Like, these guys are just complete jokers. Heather is always nice. Heather's probably one of the nicest people on the YouTube streets. Everybody likes Heather. She always says hello to everybody. And then there's Mar. Charles, what are the tracks in the cover? Like, do you want to elaborate on what that means? I don't know. I might be really far behind in chat. think I am because it just keeps scrolling. Hammy, this sounds like I'm arguing with someone. Yeah, I'm just ranting to myself. Oh, you can pop on now? Oh, that was a while ago, maybe. I thought that I put like a link previously. It's been open access.
Hello.
Hello. I think you crashed me.
Oh shit. What's up, man?
Not too much. I was just ranting. I don't know what else there is. Well, now that you're here, we'll change the banner.
What is this, a psyop?
It is a psyop now.
Oh, that's tight. I love that. I love that for us. Okay, so the FBI was in town February 22nd.
That's the thing that
That's when the Jermaine interview dropped.
I just remember hearing early on that like almost immediately there were so many FBI agents, like there was 100 of them. There's more FBI agents than anybody had ever seen, and they just immediately descended on.
That's when they came on the case, at least. They might
the-
I know they were in town already. But at least that's when they came to the case and they did that interview. Remember that guy? He was like, it's Jermaine to the case, and it's Jermaine. He kept saying Jermaine. And everyone was looking like, bro, what's up with that word? We do not.
I think it's a good word. I
Maybe
like it.
Don't Hate Create has it. Jermaine, yeah,
it's cool.
for sure. And I references this in his videos or theirs, however many people, because I hear them say we sometimes. There's, I forget what number it was. It's the one with the Luft balloons where they do the 99 balloons or whatever, 99 Luft balloons. And he does one video in German and one in Italian. And I just watched this yesterday, and I know why now. Because 6 hours are German, made in Germany or in Italy.
I think there's some American made too. I know there's German.
Are there? I just remember somebody pointing out, like, was it Italian or German? And then
there's German and
videos.
ones like they go back. I don't know. I have to look at what I even posted. Like,
yeah, now I feel like I have to check my facts.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there's like.
Oh, here's Luke. Hi, Luke.
There's a lot of German ones. I mean, I think it's like
German.
yeah, I think it's like they were like
in Germany.
there's a lot of German ones, and then there's a lot of American ones. I think the German ones are like held in high regard. I'm not really a gun person. Like
I am now. Today, I am a professional because I
mean,
into all the gun facts.
Like I like.
Don't test me.
Like I don't dislike guns, but like I'm not like a hobbyist. Like
right.
Like I'm just like I'm okay with having a gun, and like
I've never shot
if I like the gun I have, then I'm good to go. So like that's it. I don't really need to like hyper fixate on guns.
I really want to learn guns. I want to get a gun. I also would like to own a taser, but it's illegal here, so I'm gonna cross state lines for that.
What about bear spray?
Yeah, I don't. I'm not cool with sprays unless it's like wasp spray because I had an ex boyfriend that I had to pepper spray once, and you should check the direction of the wind because that shit will fly in your face.
Right.
And it's if you're trying to get away from somebody and you just get pepper sprayed yourself, it's
Well, I mean, I
not a
feel
good
like the
look.
pepper spray delivery systems are like bear spray is it's much more
That shit
like
is
utilitarian.
intense.
Like it's designed to
Go far.
well, it's designed to get a bear. So
Yeah, and it's heavy.
that's why I would
Pepper spray ain't no joke though. Have you been pepper sprayed before?
I got CS gassed in boot camp, which is
See
fairly
ya. Yes.
yeah. It's it's not pleasant.
What's CS gas? Could you tell me that?
I don't know. It just burns the hell out of you.
Is it like pepper? Does it?
No, it's not. It's chemical.
Okay. So I worked at Steak and Shake, and this guy in the back decided to mix chlorine and lime away, and that's tear gas.
Right. That's essentially what it is.
That
Yeah.
was very good.
It's,
That was
it's
also an
very-
experience.
so that's how they train you in boot camp to put on a gas mask and take your gas mask off while you're in it, and then put your gas mask back on and clear it, and
Yeah,
like
I wasn't
you
offered
you
a
still
gas
end up
mask.
being completely having your face just burned off.
I thought I was gonna die.
Yeah,
Pepper,
it's not fun.
yeah, pepper spray is really bad too. It like literally, and I was young, so like I'm trying to wash it with water, and that's worse.
Right.
Very similar to when you eat hot food. Um, so milk is the way to go if you've ever been pepper sprayed.
I have not, but I remember it happening pretty frequently with rioters, and yeah, they would always carry the jugs of milk for when they got pepper sprayed.
Yeah. So
And of
Rose,
course, they use the pepper spray instead of the CS gas because it's worse. Like it lingers.
right.
Like
And
they're
bear spray hangs on for a
they're just
long
being
time.
bastards, man. They're just
Right.
they're not being nice about anything. They're just trying to inflict pain on people.
Right. So Rosie, when I was talking about the balloon reference, Iowa Pappas has videos essentially talking about the Bridge Guy video and the Abby photo and on the bridge. And with the balloons, he plays 99 Love Balloons. And in all the little red balloons, it has all the inconsistencies with the case. So, you know, Kelsey's inconsistencies and um, the time differences and yeah, just the sweaters, uh, who was there, who wasn't there, all that jazz. So on each balloon, it's a different inconsistency. I hope that helps. I have a Paphos is tight, so if you ever want to check
Rosie
it
wants to
out.
know, what do you mean? What's this 99 balloon song?
Oh, what's the balloon song? Love
I
balloon?
don't know. I don't know.
That's an 80s
I,
song,
yeah,
and it's really
I don't know.
tight.
There's also a John Forte cover that I like it. That
Yeah.
was my jam back in the late 90s.
Aging yourself there, brother.
I know.
So, what else? I was thinking about something else.
I mean, you brought up one interesting point. I do find it interesting that we've gone from Ron Logan warrant time of drop off of 1 p.m. to Rick Allen warrant time of drop off 1:49 p.m. to trial 1:40.
Oh
like,
yeah.
I mean, how I just don't understand how
I'll tell you why.
because they needed an extra 9 minutes for their
Well,
timeline, probably.
well, because of what time Kelsey said she got there. She was like, I don't know what the big deal is between 10 minutes. Baby, 10 minutes turned into 70 real quick because you went from 1 to then 140 and then 150, and then the discrepancy between the Hoosier Harbor store time on the video. That's what the problem is.
Yeah, I don't want to blame her for it even because
I'm
like
not blaming her.
it's on the warrants. Like you got 1 o'clock and you got 1:49. Like I'm just going about what's documented.
Right.
One warrant
I'm
says
not
one
blaming.
o'clock, one warrant says 1:49, and then at the trial you're saying 1:40. Those are
Right.
not consistent.
I'm
I
not
don't care. I don't
blaming her
care. I don't
either.
care who told you that, or like it doesn't matter. Like the law enforcement has to figure it out regardless of what somebody tells them.
Right. I'm not blaming her either. I'm just saying that they have been going off what Kelsey has said this entire time. I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but
I don't know that. I mean, that's. I don't know that they did or did not do that, but
it seems that way because every time an
yeah,
inconsistency with
I
her
like
happens.
somebody would think it seems that way, but you know, these are big boys. These are professionals. This is like
No, they're not.
we're including the FBI here as well. Like
Okay.
they have a duty to like do their due diligence and figure out some basic facts.
Why do you think the FBI left? What was
Um,
why
I mean,
what was the infighting about?
probably the bullet. If you want me to guess,
That is a good one.
it's the bullet because they thought it was so important, and the FBI is like it's not important.
Right. That
Maybe
is a good point. No,
that's
actually, that's a
completely
good
a
point.
theory. It's completely
That's
speculation.
100% valid. Because why didn't Nicole include it? If what Bob says is true, and I totally believe Bob, he's in there, right? So if they said they found that bullet on the 14th, because we all know that the crime scene was unsecured and then resecured, which is not really right. We know that's not real. It's real, it happened, but it's not an actual resecuring of the scene because
Oh,
they did it
but
a
what?
month later.
No, because where we get that now is from what Barbara said, and
No,
the,
we know that because of the sticks. They had to go back and get the damn sticks.
well, they got the sticks, but they didn't resecure it. They just grabbed the sticks.
There was
So that's the
wasn't
difference.
there a whole
They
footage
grabbed.
of
Yes,
them
they went back and got the
resecuring?
sticks, but they resecure anything? I didn't hear that part.
Wasn't there a whole footage of them resecuring the scene? Or am I crazy? See, this is the
That was
problem.
very early on, and I don't know if it had ever been unsecured at that.
No problem, Rosie. So this is my problem with the case. We've been doing this for how long? It's going to be 8 years soon.
Yeah.
Almost 8 years for the Flora girls, and it'll be 8 years for Abby and Libby. And they have told us, if you know anybody who looks like this fucking guy on the bridge, you gotta turn them in. So we're turning these people in, right? And then 2 years later, they're like, oh, not that guy. We don't know that he did anything. We still want to talk to him, but we're looking for this guy, this young bridge guy.
Right. And
Now turn in your brothers and your cousins. Do that right now. Turn in everybody. Turn your friends in. You're asking the community to turn their family in, and some
yeah,
people really did.
not only that though, not
Beautiful bridge guy, Judge Jessica.
not only were they creating that environment where that happens because that's literally what they asked people to do.
Yep.
Um,
But we're
one,
not going to tell you anything about it.
one, it was all fake, and like nobody was going to be successful doing that because they did not provide you information to go off of.
We had no face.
And And the second part is they're criticizing the public for doing the thing that they asked them to do.
Yeah, they're like,
Oh, look, stop being
stop
crazy.
comparing
Stop
pictures with
trying
these.
to figure things out. We literally asked you to figure it out, but we gave you nothing. We didn't tell you we didn't give you anything. But then they're wondering why there's like this like frenzy, and they're wondering like they're complaining about the YouTuber people and stuff. I'm like,
Stop
get the fuck out
comparing
of here! Like
sketches.
you created it.
A
It's
sketch is not a photograph.
this is a psyop. They've created this entire social media environment. 100%.
Exactly.
Only them. They're the only ones responsible for it. No,
Right.
it's not. Don't blame the people doing it because
Right.
you made them do it.
Exactly. And then you get people, you know, mad at you because you don't want to change. It's not that I don't want to change my position on anything. If they can give me sufficient evidence that Richard Allen was the guy, right? I'm totally with um, holding him accountable for those actions. However, A, he is innocent until proven guilty. And B, y'all already fucked it up. You fucked the entire case up. You're losing 77 days of interviews. You lost the you lost the Hoosier Harbor Store video because you put Mullins on the job and he just took screenshots of what he thought was pertinent. All the people that died around this case, like, it's not when people say, oh, you guys, you don't change your position, you criticize others for their position. Yeah, people are getting doxxed, harassed, losing their jobs, losing all kinds of shit to this case by state sanctioned YouTubers. And, you know, yeah, that's why nobody wants to change their mind. We've been doing this shit for 8 years.
Yeah.
Not me personally, but I've been in, I've been involved in the case for 2 years. When they first started the case, I remember it happening. I remember the day, but I didn't follow back again until Richard Allen was arrested. And I thought it was him. So my mind has changed once.
Same. I started following probably like 4 or 5 months before the arrest. So
Yeah,
like, and I was immediately like drawn into it. I'd probably heard of it before, but I hadn't gotten into it. Um, but and when they arrested him, I I assumed that this was the right guy, and
right.
when it was when they did what they did, I knew something was up.
Right.
Like because you don't like there's not a reason to hide a PCA and to hide everything and to provide no reason that this is the guy.
To ship him to prison with no lawyer.
Yeah, they're pretty dirty, man. They're
They riding dirty as hell. And anyone that can see all these little inconsistencies and still say, yeah, he put himself there. So did Daniel Pearson.
well, I mean, see, this is where like there's this network of narratives that was like, oh, that what they really want to make you believe is what they're showing you in trials. There's only like 4 people or like 6 people on the trail, including the 2 victims, and they've accounted for all of them. Like, if they were serious about doing a trial, they would pinpoint every single person that was there that day and track their movements, and they would all be witnesses, because then that would be a good case. Like, that would be a good case. They're
Rose,
not going to do that. and,
yeah,
and the ones that they're cherry picking have been awful. They've been terrible.
right.
Like, they're not describing the defendant. Like, how much dumber can this get? It can't, like,
It really can't.
I mean, it can't. It's gonna. Well, I mean, it can.
It can, because every time it says it
It
can't.
can because the true believers are gonna just you know they've been lied to so many times. Some of them are essentially agents of the state. They've been doing the state's bidding, like saying just lies.
Yeah,
Like that's reality. That's what's
that's
happening.
100%
It's
true.
100% what's happening.
And they will
It, and
stalk you. They will stalk
at this
you.
point, they should realize they have also been lied to, because look what's been presented thus far in this trial, and you're about to get to the last leg of it. And you know what that's going to be? I mean, it's going to be the confessions, but they already lied to you about the confessions. They said there were 61. You know what they said in opening? Several. So, and
That's because they
you
know
don't know what they
61 don't
said.
look
And when we
good.
saw one, when we finally saw one, what does it say? Nothing. It says
Right.
nothing. So, like, if you want to hold out your hope that, like, oh man, here comes, like, I guess there was nothing else. How many times do we hear there's going to be something else? Or it's always going to be all this secret bombshell evidence.
Yeah.
No,
But it really comes out on the other side. The
like,
defense is bringing the bombshells, y'all.
well, yeah, we don't. Well, that's the thing, dude. Like that's the whole fake narrative is like the defense is leaking. The defense is leaking. The defense is leaking. No, the defense isn't leaking. The state is leaking. They're leaking bullshit.
They've
The
100%
reality
been
is very
leaking.
like plain. This is all they have, which is nothing, and the defense has held stuff tight. There's things already come out that, like, we didn't know that. Like they never let us know that. Like, wouldn't it have been smart for them to, like, kind of leak some of this stuff?
Right.
They didn't do it. Like, they only did stuff that they had to do because they had information that supported it.
Right. Hey, I want to address a couple of comments in here. So Rosie said, hold on, let me go up.
Go for it.
Rosie said that
This
they
one?
still don't understand the reason for the circus they created. No, they do, Rosie. This is 100% by design. It has been divide and conquer since day one. Since day one. They there are specific people involved in the investigation that are sending agents of chaos against each other. And they will dox, they will stalk, they will harass, they will call your job, they will ruin your kid's life, they will ruin your life. YouTubers have died, uh, cops have died,
Well,
judges'
Rosie,
families have
because that's
died.
why Rosie doesn't want to be more prominent in this case, because there's also the fear factor that prevents people from getting involved, because that's what's going to happen to you,
Well,
right?
I feel like if you have I feel like if you have a large audience and you are presenting this case to a large audience and you're saying that people don't want to get involved with this case because nobody wants to change their mind. That's a very loaded statement. And it's clear that you don't understand how dangerous and serious this case has been for a lot of people. How many people have been knocked down and dusted themselves off and got right the fuck back up again, and we're like, no, we're gonna do this because there's a man's life on the line, and these two little girls and several at least 20, I've heard 70 lives lost around this case.
It's also
So
a layered question because I'm a very objective, like, person. I'm not a conspiratorial person, like,
don't
very
even go there.
skeptical person. Like, you gotta, like, prove something to me. Like, you gotta show me something for me to believe in it. I don't just believe words and, like, stories and stuff. Like, every rumor is completely a grain of salt.
Right.
The you know And you have to apply that to like a criminal trial, especially when the Constitution says like you're presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. So like that has to be some baseline. But like the thing about like how like there's just a certain amount of logic that plays into it. They're gonna be able to show you something that this is the guy that did it. And
Yeah.
dude, like if people do not get it by now, like all the reasons that they gave of like how this is Richard Allen, it's all the PCA stuff, or it's made up rumors that are not coming into trial. They're not mentioned as evidence. Nick didn't say, "Hey, here's my roadmap to getting a conviction. Does it include a motorcycle cover?" No, it fucking doesn't. Get the fuck out of here. Does it include DNA? No, it doesn't include any of the secret bombshell evidence. It's not any part of it. Period. You don't have it.
Right.
He's not bringing it in. Have you seen it? No. And like, so the where I'll give some people they maybe they
Yeah.
have too much faith in the state, like they're believing in the PCA too much. They're saying, hey, these witness statements do match. That is they did see they did see Richard Allen. Well,
No.
now what do you say? Because that's not like, I mean, if you're really gonna stick with it, I'm sorry, man, you're just dumb. Like you're dumb. You're dumb
I
if you're thinking like uh the person that these people are describing is Richard Allen. You're you're not thinking on all cylinders, because that's not what they said. It's clearly not him.
right. Well, I
Period.
like
So
the
like
people. Ooh,
that's why like people are like reluctant to change, quote unquote, change their mind on something. Like if you're gonna be like, show me something, like do change my mind. Like I would have to see something.
right.
The
So
burden of proof is on the state. Period.
I gotta send a message to All Eyes because last time she got really upset that we weren't here, that we didn't tell
Oh,
her.
sorry. Well, she
No.
turn on her notifications or follow me on Twitter.
Oh yeah.
So many people are like, "Well, you didn't even tell me they're going to do this." And be like, "Well, you could follow me on Twitter. Like that's an option."
Fiend's trying to get up past DB and Angie surpassing their followers.
Oh, I've always had more followers than them.
Have you?
No, well, I didn't have more followers.
Oh, okay, buddy.
I didn't have more followers than Unraveling, but on Twitter, but yeah, I've got like over 1,000.
I just know there's a race. Oh, you beat both of them. Maybe together.
No, not together. I think everybody's getting a lot of action. There's a lot of action on Twitter, like with this case, which is
Oh
good
yeah.
to see, just because like visibility is important, dude. This is the whole thing. All eyes
Right.
L5, man. Like people need to put eyes on it. Like,
I don't have an
but
accent, Luke. Accent's off. I'm sorry I did that to you. I just seen that and I was like, wait, I gotta tell him I don't have an accent.
I can't even get over the fishing license gas. People actually think that is somehow a man changing his appearance.
Whiskey.
I, I, I'm not impressed by the fishing license story, like even in the slightest amount. And I think it's ridiculous that they brought this up in a trial. Absolutely ridiculous that they brought this up in a trial.
What did they bring up in a
The
trial?
fishing license thing.
Oh my god. Okay, so
It,
that's one
it's
point I wanted to talk about.
silly. It's silly. It's silly stuff, and it demonstrates that they don't have a real things to talk about.
I want to talk about this so much.
I'll
Okay.
go ahead. I hate it. This is my least favorite subject. It just makes me so.
Well, it's real quick. It's a real quick one, you know. It's not the bullet, right? Or the unspent shell, whatever the hell, because I'm gonna get cursed for that.
Bullet. Dan can get fucked.
Somebody's gonna be like, oh, fucking Crystal, you don't know shit. Okay, so there was a study in 1999. It was like 2,000 some people. 2,000 and a handful. And women and men from 35 to 70, men can lose like up to 2 inches, like 1 point something. But then I seen other studies that were saying like 2. So I'm going to say, 1 to 2 inches. So what are the chances? At one point, he thought he was like 5'6". He was actually 5'5" and lost an inch. There's one thing. The second point, women lie on their shit all the time. They're like, oh, I'm like 10 pounds lighter, 20 pounds lighter or
I was
whatever.
gonna say 10 pounds lighter. Yeah.
Yeah, 20 pounds lighter, 50 pounds lighter. Who knows? Women, it's always their weight. It's always
Well, no, I don't think that. I don't. I think that's sexist, and I think that men do the exact same thing.
They don't do weight. They do height.
Dude, I
Men
think.
do height. They want to be 6 feet. Like, brother is 5'4". Give him a fucking inch or two, y'all. He is 5'4".
When they first mentioned this, I thought they were going to be able to. They were going to be able to show like, the fishing. He changed his height and weight on his fishing license. Did he also do it on his driver's license and his passport and like somewhere else? And like there was this like,
We
nope,
got to talk
nope,
about the
nope. It was just the
2017 phone,
fishing
too.
license, and we're like, get the fuck out of here. Are you seriously at a fucking homicide trial talking about a fucking fishing license? Like it's
Right.
it's obscene.
His
It's so
Tinder
stupid.
profile. Good thing he's married. Did I lose you?
No, I'm here.
Okay. Although they probably will say he had a Tinder profile. Who knows?
I think they said they didn't have anything, and I believe it because I've never found anything.
Y'all don't only add another inch
I
to
mean,
your height,
I
you
don't
add
know.
another
I
inch
was
to your
pretty
pants,
I
brother.
was pretty conspiratorial, and I thought that they scrubbed this guy, but I think he just may have just been like uninterested in the internet all that much.
So people also fabricate the size of their penises. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Oh, thank you for bringing that up on my channel. I appreciate
Sure,
that.
no problem. Anytime. You want something to go weird? Call me. Um, can we talk about the 2017 phone?
Yeah, I mean, we can. I don't know. I think that there's like some presumptions as far as like. I mean, so what I've heard is like the 2017 phone is the only phone that's missing, but like I think that's impossible to know, right?
Well,
There could be plenty of other phones missing.
I have a couple of points about that because they're like, oh, he kept his pagers, but he got rid of that phone. The one phone that could exonerate him of killing somebody. Yeah, motherfucker. Maybe a year later, not fucking 5 years later. How long did you want him to hold on to that phone for? To prove his innocence when he already proved his innocence. Also, what if he fucking lost the phone? What if he got the phone stolen? What if he dropped that bitch in the toilet? What else can you do to a phone?
What if you dropped it in the creek? I dropped a phone in the creek one time.
He could have dropped it in the creek looking at the fucking fish and the stock ticker at the same time.
Well, that would be a bad day to do it. I'll just point out.
Facts are facts. But also, around that time, that's when everyone stopped doing contracts and they're like, you got to pay $1 million for your phone. But if you turn in that old phone, you can get it for $1. And everyone's like, yeah, fuck yeah, I want that new Galaxy, iPhone, whatever. So
I mean, I think it's a huge nothing burger. Like, I mean,
it really is. I just had to
I
say
give
it.
along with the fishing license, I give it.
Be serious.
I mean, I give the fishing license 0 weight, but I would give the. I mean, I'll give it like a 0.001 of something
But
amount of
also,
weight.
they had his MEID number. and that's enough.
Right. The other thing is like the way that you're framing it is just not that's not reality world. Like you
What?
can you can have your phone. That's not going to exonerate you. You're not going to be able to use it for anything.
Oh yeah,
You
because
can only use your phone to incriminate you
exactly.
somebody. You can't use it to save you.
I thought you were saying I was on conspiracy shit again. I was like,
No,
no, brother, losing your
I'm
phone
just
is
saying
not a
like
conspiracy.
hey, you can't be like, hey, my my client's on a he's got a double homicide charges here. We'd like to get a geofence on his phone to prove that he was definitely not there. And they tell you get fucked. Like
Right.
you can't do that. That's not real. It's not a real thing.
Oh, you know what else he did?
So your phone can't exonerate you. Your phone can incriminate you, but it cannot exonerate you.
You know what else he did?
What's that?
This is gonna piss you off. Well, there's two things. He searched the girls' murders. And I was like, brother, you don't want to see my browser history.
Yeah, I heard that recently too, and that's something I would give. I mean, if that's as specific as you want to get, then I would give it 0 weight because yeah, dude, you don't want to see like. I
My
mean,
browser history is fucked.
right, but like we're not gonna go do anything, so it's fine.
Right. Oh, also, he backed into his parking spot.
I mean, I do find that a little bit obnoxious when people do that, but it's probably because my dad always did it, which because and lots of people do that. So
Yeah.
well, I mean, I think it's questionable whether he actually did that because like they don't see his car there, so
Right.
that's a problem for them.
I backed into my parking spot and my browser history is fucked. And I turned in a phone for trade-in
I have
for a
Purple Eye
discount.
and a Glock 22. I mean, between the two of us,
We are
we're
done.
we're like we're just bridge guys.
And I've been wearing a bridge guy outfit since the trial started. So
I know, man. It's like, man, I have blue jeans and boots and a jacket and a see. I usually wear a bright orange hat, so I don't get shot in the woods. Uh, so like you would clearly be able to identify me on like a video,
right. Well, that's what you're supposed to.
and I'd just be like, yeah, that's definitely me. Like that's the guy with the bright orange
That's,
cat, the bright
yeah,
orange cat hat. That
that's
no that
me.
no doubt, like no question there, dude.
Oh,
Like
Sarah
I
Carba
I'd probably
talking about the hat and the Tinder profile.
be like, oh, is that you on there? Like, I mean, what do you think?
Right. So how about that hat? So Sarah Carba. Oh, I got a couple things to say about that. And one of them's way out there.
Oh man,
No, I'm okay. I'm not gonna bring this one up. Maybe on a different day. Okay.
you can if you want. I don't know.
No, I'm gonna
I
hold
don't
this one
care.
in.
I mean, I
I
know
got I gotta hold it in because I
her
don't.
brother is Masonic in the Mason Lodge with her with Brad Holder and Nick McClellan. So
Oh my god.
that's not a great
Oh,
thing.
oh my god.
But it's not the kind of stuff that's going to come into a trial. You know, it's just
You know
too conspiratorial.
HCC is a Mason too.
There's 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 probably plenty of good Masons. I don't have like any like preconceived notions. I don't know that much about it. I do know enough that like if I tried to join a local Masons lodge, they'd probably murder me because they're like where I live, like they're all gonna be KKK people. So
Right.
but like in other places, I'm sure there's plenty nice Masons. Like the
Right.
non KKK Masons are probably fine.
Right. So, uh, oh no, I wasn't talking smack about HCC. I was just saying like he's a Mason. Probably the only Mason I like. I'm gonna throw this out there. I don't know many Masons, or at least They haven't revealed
It's
themselves to be Masons.
it's much less popular than it used to be. It used to be a really big thing,
Right,
and it's really died down quite a lot. Like, I mean, I think my grandfather was a Mason, but like, he was also long dead before I was born. So
right. So what do you think about her driving past at 35 miles an hour and being able to see his earlobe?
I have no idea what to make of that lady.
I feel like
Honestly, like that's why I even say, hey, like, is she influenced by if she has Masonic influence? I have no idea, dude, because I'm reaching grasping for like some explanation of all the crazy shit she's saying.
right.
I
No,
just don't know. Like, I mean, one, if it goes along with a lot of the other eyewitness statements, is that whoever you're seeing is somebody else. It's not the defendant, so it's not really that relevant unless you're seeing somebody that is relevant to the crime. But we don't know whether they are or are not, because they didn't do any basic police work to investigate those sorts of things.
well, it took her 3 weeks. Okay, so here's a problem I
I mean,
have.
I my guess would be that's like a farmer like walking around there in the vicinity, and it's nothing.
There's a problem I have, and that's the slip up. Um, so when I forgot who said it, but I think it was Andrea who said that when Diener was talking to her or doing the initial questioning, she said something about it. It took you 3 months, and then she was like, "Oh, 3 weeks." But then there
Ooh.
was questions about if she came out in July or not. But I don't know if that is something that was in filings about when she came forward.
Yeah, it's so hard to fact check anything because we have no transcript or like audio of this trial. Like, and
Right.
case in point, um, two people that I think are doing actually a really good job of.
Yellow Jacket and all
Uh,
that.
no, I mean people that are actually there at the trial.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Are Andrea, and I disagree with him often, but I think that he's good at like being detail oriented, is Tom Webster, and they both provided uh, the error rates for this ballistics expert. What she said the error rates were, and
Okay.
Tom Webster said 1.8, 1.5, and 2.8, and Andrea says 2.2 and 2.7. Like, these are completely different numbers. Like, people
It's
are
the audio.
people are not hearing things the same way. Like, there's like you can't hear, and you just got a different perspective. And when you've got a discrepancy like that, what is the truth? What is the reality of what was said? You know what the answer is? Nobody fucking knows.
Right,
Nobody knows. Like, which is it? Is it 1.5 and 2.8, or is it 2.2 and 2.7? How are those completely different numbers? Like,
right,
this is very basic type of information. Like, we're talking about two numbers in a row four times, like across two different people. Like, it shouldn't be that difficult, but here we are. That's what they say they heard. That's what they wrote in their notes. But which one is it? And that's what they want. They want complete chaos where you don't know any objective reality.
right.
And by
So,
they, I mean go, the court,
right.
the state.
The state hates us. I have a question. Do
Shoot.
you do you know where that spreadsheet is with how much was spent on what, or alternatively, Do you remember how much they spent on the sound quality in the courtroom? Because I do have a problem
I
with
don't know if
them.
they spend anything on the sound quality in the courtroom.
They did. They
It,
did. Yes.
I know DB got the spreadsheet.
Yeah. I think you sent it to me, but I don't remember. Like,
Yeah, so then, well,
I
that's on
gotta scan where
that's
I have it.
yeah.
So if you want to go on a tangent while I look into this.
What's up, Precocent? Precocent?
Precocent.
Precocent?
Oh, I tried to get not really tried. I did a little bit, but so I went into Gray's chat and some lady donated $39.99 and was like, I'm really low this month, but here. And I just got so angry. I was like, you guys, please, if you are poor, don't donate to this grifter. What the fuck? Like,
Right. That's Rain, like, yeah, that's something he should be saying that.
well, he did. He ended up saying it, but I was like, he'll say that, and then in the end, he'll be like, "Come on, guys, we only raised $25 this whole 8 hours that I've been looking over uh, Google Maps and tracing Kelsey's steps for the 100th time in BG and all this other." Dude has that. I think he goes through Google Earth at night in his sleep.
Maybe. I don't know, man. I was pretty surprised that the general way that this trial is going, both the state and defense theories, like, I'm a little bit surprised. Like, the state is really going with the Gray Hughes like type of theory here, which I think is not a good theory, and they also do not have anything like great substantiating it.
Right,
Like, they didn't have like they don't have like tracking them across the creek, like that doesn't exist. Uh,
right,
the and then the defense is also equally surprising because they're like, they were taken off site, killed and brought back. Oh shit, dude! Like, you're really going for it. Like, okay, I mean,
I mean,
well,
I'm gonna.
well, we have to wait and see what they can provide to substantiate their story. I mean, because the thing is, you don't need the story to for it to work. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, that's the whole thing with all these eyewitnesses. Is like, you don't need, you shouldn't need them at all. Like,
Right,
they're not necessarily important. Like, Rick Allen could be hiding in the bushes the whole time and nobody sees him ever, and he could still be the murderer. Like, if you can prove it. The
right,
problem is you can't prove it even when you've got these witnesses because they definitely didn't see him.
right. And then like just losing everything, like, or just not doing it,
I mean,
not running the
I would give a
DNA.
lot more trust to defense to deliver on something that they say they're going to deliver, especially given where we're at right now. Because Nick McClelland promised some stuff, and so far he's delivered nothing. Like,
The biggest nothing burger.
I'm willing to open. Like, like, if they just came out and just like, boom, here it is, proof. Like, obviously, I'm gonna have to accept that.
Right,
Like, yeah, I mean, I'd be very curious of why you never indicated you had that type of proof beforehand, and I would probably call you out for being a piece of shit for doing it that way because you've caused
right.
a lot of strife for people.
And no
But
reason.
the reality is they don't have that. They don't have that proof.
Right,
Oh no, I try not to entertain too much about like if Richard Allen is the right guy and they've screwed it up that much, but it'd be sad if they did, and because the time to do the detective work is before the case, you know,
Right.
like
And
they if they like, I mean, I don't think that there was anything to find in this case, and they just shouldn't have brought it.
the worst part about it all is I think they waited to do all of these things um to the last, like the blood expert. Come on. You can't, that's not something that should wait 7 years. And it seems like,
Or that DNA for the hair.
right.
Like, well, I mean, I think that they're going with that. It was a. They didn't even know it was a hair. It was just a fiber. And be like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
No, that
What kind of investigation are you doing that you don't look at this piece of evidence that is between a victim's fingers to determine that it's something that you might want to test,
tell got it.
whether it's a hair or a fiber or whatever. Like, I don't know. I mean, this is the sort of thing where, like, people like get conspiratorial about it. Like, did you already test this, and did you already know whose it is, and then you just shredded the file and pretend you never did it in the first place? Because that sounds a little bit more plausible than you never did it in the first place.
And it looks like where we're at right now, right?
Right. And maybe that's what we get tomorrow. Somebody says whose DNA that is.
Right. So,
I think we all know whose DNA it is.
yeah. Well, I have my idea about it. So, what was? Oh, so the blood guy was one that shouldn't have waited. Uh, there was another thing that they did way late, like this year.
I
Oh
mean, I wouldn't assume that they necessarily did things way late.
no,
I'd
it's
almost
actually
assume that
it,
they did things
it one
real
hundred
quick
percent is.
and then like conveniently deleted it without anybody ever knowing about it.
No, it 100% was done way late. It was because it was the same witness who spoke to it. The topography for the Deer Creek area, it was never done back in 2017.
I know, but I think that this is the stuff that they're just saying that are lies. Like
Who, the state saying they
I
never
think they're
did
just
it?
liars. Like I think they did know like how deep the creek was that day, and now they're just lying and say, "Oh no, never thought about doing that," because they're liars.
But it doesn't look better to think that you're
Well, it
okay.
doesn't
It
look
doesn't look better that
better,
you're
or
stupid.
it looks better than telling the truth.
But so the actual topography isn't really going to prove much except that possibly the land was slightly lower the way that Abby's or Libby's head was going down, and that explains why she has that streak the way she does, right?
My understanding is this pretty flat area where they were at, and I mean, I don't know if unless I have a misconception about where they're at. I mean, I think it's a pretty flat area.
Yeah, Louise brought up what about spending money on familiar genealogy by the state? Right, because they were offered by CC Moore to get that done for free. So that also bothers me. Like they were at Crime Con and CC Moore offered to do the whole shebang for free, and they were like, no, we're gonna do it our way, and then not do it.
But then they did actually do it.
Oh yeah, they did it the day of the trial.
How we got the receipt that says that they did it.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But they did that not familial. That's what Louise brought up. So they tested everybody in the public. Because remember those screen grabs that Becky was like, "Well, how, are they still collecting DNA? Like, what's up with that?" Like, there
Right.
there's a couple group talks about why the DNA collection was still going on, and it's like, well, I can only think of one reason, hon, and that would be that they just didn't find the DNA yet. So,
I mean, my understanding was that um, they had collected from the family quite a lot, and they collected from a lot of people a lot, but like they collected from the family a lot because they were trying to like isolate it and like
but,
rule out.
but they didn't do it though. They said they did the collection, but they didn't actually run it.
Yeah, I don't know. I
So
mean,
was it more of a tactic? Like, hey,
I don't know because sometimes we heard things from like maybe like not official sources and took them as though they were official. I think that's happened a lot of times throughout this case. Like
yeah,
somebody said something and we believe that it's like accurate, and then that's hard to it's really hard to reconcile now, like because like we've had a very official things like a warrant and a PCA that like say things, and those things aren't true. Like, you know, it's hard to completely change course and rethink in a different direction. But like, I mean, I do think that that's where I think that there's some room to cross check against things that you thought you knew previously. But when you do that, I think that you really need to question whether the things that you knew previously were actually things that you actually knew or not. Because what's going to stand is what's said in trial by itself. Doesn't matter what's going to somebody said on social media 5 years ago. Like that has zero impact on a trial unless it's in the trial. It's not in the trial. Like
right,
it has to be in the trial. Like this is the official record, so it's 140. You know, it doesn't
right.
matter the other things unless it's brought in some way
Well,
into
there
the
was multiple. For one, there was multiple things that they wanted to test. There was the hair on. I wrote it down on my notes.
And
There
Louise says
was
partial sample that can't rule RA out. I mean, I would be really surprised if they bring something like that. They could. I did think about that as well. Um, I think that that would be stronger than most of the evidence that they're putting forth in this case. Even if it's that weak, that you would mention it. You would mention it in your opening statement as this is part of your roadmap to a conviction. That
so
DNA, you would say DNA evidence does not rule out Richard Allen. Right? That's good. That's good for the state. Wouldn't you say that? Why don't they say that? Because they're not going to say it. And
right.
people want to blindly believe that these things are going to happen because there's a bunch of liars out there that say, "Oh, well, this is going to happen." No, it's not. How many of the things that they said were going to happen happen? Where's the
Mm,
plea deal? Where's the plea deal? Where's the plea deal?
we've been waiting for that for a long
Show me
time.
the plea deal. These people were
There's nothing to plead
liars. They
to.
were
Right?
liars this whole time. They've said a bunch of shit that never came true.
Cat
And
hair.
people, yeah, fucking cat hair. And people still want to hang on and believe that, oh, yeah, you're in a cult. They're lying to you. They keep telling you crazy things, and people keep believing the crazy things, and those crazy things don't end up being true because they're not going to end up being true because they're crazy things.
So, did you watch Andrea's coverage of Dr. Rowland's testimony?
No, what's that from?
The pathologist, state
Uh,
pathologist.
You mean Dr. Core?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I've watched Andrea throughout this case. I just
Okay.
stopped early tonight because she was kind of going on a tangent with
Right.
their guest. Um, but other, which is fine. But I've been religiously watching Andrea. I think she's 100% the best source for like
Right.
a comprehensive but educated like
Right.
overview. Um,
Non-biased.
yeah, no, I think she's very fair to both sides. I think that like she will like if there's something positive for the state, she'll point it out.
And fresh eyes.
Yeah, and correct, and she got. I mean, somewhat to a fault because I think that there's. I mean, that's why I'd say like she's definitely in a class by herself, but the she leaves a little bit wanting for people that are case followers
Right.
because people that have followed the case sometimes want a little bit more, and I'm not sure who the best person. Tom Webster's been doing pretty good, like except that like you still get these situations where we get two different people saying two completely different things. um but I think that he's been doing a general, like as long as he's in court to take his own notes, I think that he does a good job of really making a good effort
Listen.
to record that and then communicate what he saw, like. And I think that like sometimes that's regardless of what somebody thinks on a case. I think that he's still somewhere in the middle, which is like that's fine, that's great. Like I think that is the place to be. um but
Jessica.
but I think that he's done really good. I think it's wearing on him. I think it's a hard thing to do,
Yeah.
to go in there day in day out and record these notes. Like he missed some of like the morning session today because he was falling asleep, and like
I feel so bad for them. They're doing, honestly, like anybody who's going there and actually being serious about it. I
right.
feel really,
Yeah, the people I mean, and some people like they I mean, I don't even think that you need to be like serious about doing it. Sometimes people just want to see it for themselves. Like you don't aren't obligated to like report something. I do think that like people that are making that effort, like Tom is doing like a 3.5 hour live stream every
every
day
day.
in addition to being in court all day, like as much as he can. And he is trying to like record all the details and communicate all the details, and like that's very commendable.
Right. What I'm saying is that like the people that are there every day to report it, uh and they're like, camping out or whatever and writing the notes. Writing notes 80 some pages a day is a lot. 3 notepads is a lot. So that's why I say, yeah, I am concerned about the health of those camping out. Even if I don't like them, like
Right. No, I mean it's a ridiculous situation to put. I mean, I'm really surprised that this is the way it was going. I thought, I was very conspiratorial, and I thought they were going to shut all these people out. Instead, they've just made all these people suffer. So, like, I,
right.
I guess I'm not that surprised. Like, I was open to whatever happens. But, uh, uh I mean, I think she knows what she's doing, like putting people through this type of gauntlet.
Oh, for sure. This is all by design. Heather's trying to turn me into Orange is the New Black, and I'm not going. I'm not getting locked up in Indiana for some trumped up charges, girl. We can go somewhere else. We can go somewhere warm where we don't have to camp out on stairs. So, oh, you don't know. Recently, I have acquired several wives, sister wives.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
so
was not aware of that.
yeah, it's a new thing. Um, so we are a sister wife club, and Heather has been for actually months, if not close to a year, has been trying to get me to go to Delphi. And I keep telling her I look like a criminal and I never fix my face and I talk way too much shit and I don't have a filter and I will go to jail. And I will end up in Westville on the Richard Allen program. And I don't want to do that. Could stand to lose the pounds. I could do that. However, I can find other ways to do that.
Yeah, I don't want to do that either.
Yeah,
I don't think you should do
no,
that.
no, no.
I feel like I don't
I'm
know. Like
I'm staying out of
I
Delphi.
I I I, I I'll still see if I end up going to some of the trial, but I don't know. We're still early. I don't know. I feel like we're still in the feeling out stage. I mean, we just lost a juror today. Like,
Yeah. So, do we know what happened with that, or
I mean, what I heard was family
Peggy?
emergency, but I mean, how many other people are going to have family emergencies
Oh,
when they hear that works and they can get the fuck out of here?
I didn't even have to tell them what the emergency was. I just said I have a family emergency.
Right. I mean, I think it's a tough situation for a juror, like to be
It's
stuck
so
in a situation. Like, I mean, I think that like after a week, you might reconsider what you signed up for. And I think that one person did that.
right.
And I wouldn't be surprised if, like, I don't know. I'm not. I mean, my prediction was that after this Sunday was when we were going to start losing some people because they've been cut off from their families,
And they see their family. Oh,
and then
wasn't it?
then they have an emotional reunion of like briefly reattaching to their family and friends or whoever their support system is, and then having it ripped away from them again
Remember they like
for another
that,
week of this hell, and they're just like, no, I can't do it.
right? Well, especially when you're in this situation where gall is literally sucking your essence every day.
Yeah, I mean, Andrea made some pretty good points about like how she's coming off to the jury, and like, I mean, dude, the jury's gonna hate her because everybody hates her.
Right. It won't take long.
Like like there's plenty of pro prosecution people that also hate Judge Go. Like everybody hates her. She is terrible. She's a terrible person.
Right. I don't really look like a criminal, G Ray. I just people who live in quaint little bumfuck cities uh would see me in my black purple hair and my 5 facial piercings and 13 tattoos, and they'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe we watch her.
I think he'll be fine.
My face does all the talking. Like, I would not survive in that courtroom.
I mean, this is my number one. ZC has got my number one concern, and a week in, the state's case is not good, and I was very fearful of like, hey, what if the state's case is not good? What's the play? And if your case isn't good, you know what the play is? It's a force of mistrial. Because
Oh, like that.
because then you don't lose. Then Rick stays in jail, and you just extend this indefinitely. And it's a really it's a really scary like possibility
Right.
that they've got nothing, they present nothing. Um, it's all going downhill for them, and suddenly you're at 11 jurors, and then you're just done.
How many alternates do they have?
They had 4 alternates. Now they have 3 alternates.
Wait, so they didn't, so the ones that were dismissed earlier, they didn't fix?
I mean, they replaced them. There was only going to be 4 alternates. There was going to be 12 jurors and 4 alternates. And so now they've officially lost
Oh, yeah, probably.
one alternate.
One alternate?
Yeah.
But okay, so they had other alternates before, but then they had the
Well,
health
no,
issues, right?
they lost people before. They
Right,
lost they
to
lost
the
five,
health issues,
they
but that
lost
was
5 people before.
yeah. I'm gonna. Can I pause for a moment?
You sure can.
All right.
I know you're gonna know. Won't be like, just like, are you okay? Still,
Oh
it
yeah.
sounded like the old man has cancer again.
Yeah, he does.
Need surgery.
Pancreatic cancer.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah. I don't think it's really setting yet.
Well, I guess we're not going to mute.
Is
But
he-
yeah, we lost 5 jurors previously in this process,
Pancreatic.
very quickly,
I know.
and then within a week of the trial starting, we've lost one juror officially after they replaced all those.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have a lot more room for error. If you lose jurors at this rate, there will be a mistrial.
I get anxious thinking about it right now. I'm actually a little angry too. Yeah.
I get it. I just wanted to check up.
Yeah.
Make sure you're all right.
I love you.
I love you.
Thank you.
Oh.
I don't know how to do technology, Blake.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, you didn't leave.
Oh, did you hear my whole thing?
Well, I mean, I could barely hear anything.
Oh, okay.
Blake
I
has
thought I
taught me.
muted it.
I know I should know how to mute people, but I don't know how to do this.
Oh, that's okay. So I just found out that my granddad has pancreatic cancer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I'm a little.
Have a little piece.
Oh, for sure. And my boyfriend was just checking to make sure that I'm okay. But I was a little angry because I'm a nurse and he's been like dodging me about it, and it's been a little irritating. So I had a little bit of a fit earlier, and then yeah, I just told him I don't really want to talk about it right now because I'm trying to not really think about it.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah. Thank you, Blue Eye Trucker. I don't really mind talking about it. It's just pancreatic cancer sucks. It's not a good way. So I seen earlier Heather was like, I don't understand why Crystal doesn't like law enforcement. Well, woman. My name's Crystal. Woman. The reason I don't really care for law enforcement is I had a friend who was falsely convicted of a heinous crime, and he it was against the mayor's sister, and the Innocence Project got him off, but it took 25 years. And he's never been paid for this because Wisconsin will only pay $5,000 for 5 years, and that's capped. And it was a really bad thing. And then also just past experiences with law enforcement. Anytime that I felt I needed law enforcement, they weren't helpful. And then you know, I've had cops tell me that over road rage incidences that they could shoot me in the face. So I mean, cops in general just they rub me wrong. So that's why I am very standoffish and
That
I
to
say
me,
don't
I
talk
don't
to
know.
cops.
I feel like people that don't get that don't like they're missing something.
Right. They're not your friends. You're not there. I yell at my parents and my granddad all the time because they're always like, yeah, I'll just tell them because I don't have nothing to hide. I said, yeah, until you're Rick Allen. And then I got to tell them all about Delphi. And they're like, oh, brother. So,
Yeah, there's some pretty horrific stories though. I think if you're actually genuine about like that type of a question, like go don't be disingenuous. Go look for the answers and you'll find them very quickly.
right.
Like don't come with that. It's a bad take, man. It's just
It really is.
a completely bad take. You want to find out why people don't like cops? Go do some exploring.
YouTube.
Like get the fuck out of here. Don't go ask people for an explanation. Do your own work. Go look and you'll find it very quickly.
Right. May 25th, 2020, Minneapolis, Minnesota is one good spot.
Right.
Rodney King. Whole bunch of reasons why you like. I'm not saying all cops.
You'll find a lot more than that. You'll find lots
Oh,
of
for
personal
sure.
stories. Just go look around. Like don't badger people to answer that question because
Oh, Heather wasn't badgering.
it's a shitty thing to do. Like because they probably have some traumatic story that they don't want to talk about. While if you really want to know the answer to that question, go look for it yourself. You'll find it.
Yeah. Well, Heather wasn't badgering. I think it was more of a.
I know, but I'm just saying that like this is a common thing that you'll see is people
Oh,
like,
for
ah,
sure.
so
To
like,
unserious people. Yeah.
whatever happened? Like, no, like, go look, go. You'll easily find many stories that will lead you to the same conclusion. You're just not trying.
Yeah. Percocet said, listen, I come from a family of cops. Growing up, I was told that if law enforcement ever wanted to speak with me, even as a witness, to immediately tell them you want a lawyer.
Oh, you know,
If cops are telling you that,
I mean, I cannot emphasize. Do not talk to the cops. If you're forced into a situation where you're talking to the cops, no matter what it's regarding, start mentioning that you want a lawyer
yeah,
immediately. That should be what your default is. I don't really want to talk to you. I would like if I need to keep talking to you, I want to have a lawyer here. And they'll say, well, you don't need a lawyer. I'm like, well, then you don't need to talk to me. So
am I
like
being detained?
either we disengage from whatever like why we're talking to each other, or like I mean, they will disengage. If you actually like hold firm that you want a lawyer, they're not gonna keep talking to you because they're they're putting themselves in a really bad position. So like be firm.
Right.
You ever find yourself in that position, no matter what it's about, whether you did anything wrong or you didn't do anything wrong, it doesn't matter. Don't talk to them. Don't and if they start pressing you, like no, like don't just go along. Immediately have lawyer on the
Right.
tip of your tongue.
Yeah, and I don't know how many people know this or not. And I don't remember how old this study is, but they did a survey amongst cops asking about spousal abuse, and 40% admitted to abusing their spouses.
40%?
40%.
That's pretty
Yeah.
shocking. I don't know. I mean, that seems high to me, but I don't know.
Yep. 40% admitted to abusing their spouses. Not seeing which gender, just in general. Just so. Oh, so one time, I was at Walgreens, and the light turned green to get out of the parking lot, and I was like, "Why isn't anyone going anywhere? Well, let me just kind of beep my horn a little bit and see, maybe they're just texting or something." And somebody got out of their car and said a man fell. So, I got out of the car to help him, and this guy pulls over, and he comes over, and he's like, starts just like immediately, like he's plain clothes, just immediately like, "Oh, sir, you gotta stay where you are, blah, blah, blah. I'm a cop, stay where you are." I'm trying to talk to him. I get down on his level where he is. He's laying in the road, and not in a comfortable way, like half on the curb, half in the street. So um, I'm like trying to prop him up, but not move him too much because he is elderly. So I don't know. He could broke something, whatever. And I'm like trying to figure out, what his situation is, um, cognitive abilities, all that stuff. A alert and oriented. Um, he was a little confused, but so he kept trying to get up, and dude just kept screaming at him. I'm like, "Yo, can you stop like yelling at him?" Like he's like, "I'll arrest you if you stand up, blah blah." And I was like, "Stop!" Like his pride's hurt, man. He's a older man. He does not want to be laying here in the middle of the road with all these people around him. He wants to get up and go. And I was like, I got this. Call the ambulance. Like, just let him. And, it all ended up being okay in the end. But just the way, like, they have zero tact when it comes to certain things. And unfortunately, that's been a experience I have had with most cops. So they're just aggressive for no reason.
Oh, that I think aggressive for no reason is a huge understatement. Like a similar situation happened, about a mile from my house. Uh, a veteran guy was, spotted walking in the middle of the road, you know, and obviously something was wrong, and it was foggy. So
Right.
they sent someone to go check on him, and the cop runs over him laying in the road.
What the fuck?
Yep, kills him. And yeah, like, are there any details? Was speed a factor? No, no, I don't know. Not relevant. Not relevant whether this guy was driving too fast to get to the scene to find somebody that was walking in the middle of the road, and then
I
running him over and killing him.
and being exonerated, probably.
Well, no, I mean, there isn't anything. There's no charge. It's just an accident. You just died. You just died from being run over by a cop, and it all just goes away.
Right.
I mean, I'm
I
saying there's not some weird shit going on. I'm sure that guy was not okay. You know what? His house burnt down that same night. Also, kind of weird.
wow.
I don't know what was going on, but I do know that a cop ran him over and killed him, and nothing.
Yeah. That's crazy.
It is pretty crazy. It's concerning because it just shouldn't be that way.
Peggy, Tupac was right about many things. That is a life that was lost way too soon. Fuck P. Diddy. Dude, that man, wow.
I don't want to talk about Diddy on this shit.
Oh yeah, I just oh yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it just I heard people start covering it for about like 5 minutes. I was just like, nope, I don't want to hear a single thing about this. I just lock them up and throw away the key, but I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't know what
Oh,
have we not covered.
I don't know. What were we talking about last before I had to pause? Does anyone remember? Oh yeah, me going to the courthouse. No, that's not happening. There's enough people there.
Right. I mean, and that's the entire situation is like, oh, if anybody like decides to go for a couple days, then you have to like beat out people that are going there every day, which kind
Yeah,
of a little bit like that's what you have to do because that's just the way it is. But like, I don't know, man. It's a messed up situation. They should have they should have could have like there's lots of things where they could have like compromised on something. I mean, I think even if you wanted to be really bad about the situation, you still could have done an overflow room situation
that would have been
and
great.
screened it somewhere
Yeah,
low because that accommodates the community, like the very local community, uh, as well as accommodating like some other people that might want to travel there and view it. And like you've got you've got the infrastructure to do that. You've got the cameras. Like you can use the cameras and not show it on TV. You can use the cameras and just show it on a video screen in the gym
right,
and just make it available to the community that has a vested interest in justice for the murderer of these girls and to see that their court is like conducting themselves properly, which they have every right to do, and is also Rick Allen's right. This is our Sixth Amendment right,
right.
a public trial. It's not public when it's not public
At
when
all.
it's not public when Tom Webster is sitting in court, falling asleep, killing himself to be there every day and take notes. And he says 1.5 and 2.8. And Andrea's got, has been doing the same thing, but then has people like standing in line for her. And so that she can get a couple extra hours of sleep. And she's doing all the diligent note taking. And she comes up with, what did I say, 2.2 and 2.8? Like, I mean, it's not public. It's not public when you get completely different information from two different people. Like there has to be a grounded reality that makes this like actually like verifiable.
Right,
And it's just not open to enough people under enough humanitarian circumstances that they like she's making it so difficult for people to even report what's happening that nobody can report what's happening,
right. And
and the media isn't going to tell you like do you think you're going to get the false positives and false negative number from a fucking
wish.
from a fucking TV station? Get the fuck out of here. They don't give a shit about telling you any fucking details about this. They're not going to. They're adamant about not doing it. They will not do it. They're
Right,
not, they don't care.
at all.
They want the basics, whatever's going to like fit in the cliff notes. They don't know what's happened in this case at all. They don't have any legal expertise at all. Like they don't have any expertise in anything at all. They jump from news story to news story, and like this happens to be the news story that they need to cover right now, so they're just gonna basically cover it as much as they can. But they're fucking idiots. Like they just don't know anything. Like it's not their fault. That's just what they are.
Right. So Wayne did a story and like I just kept screenshotting it because first they spelled prosecution, Prosecutin. I thought that was good. And then
That's a good one.
after the lunch break is what they wanted to say, but they spelled AFTE, no R. And then for this sentence that they said after the lunch break, the first thing defense attorney Andrew Baldwin said was an accusation of the witness lying to the jury. And I'm like, do you care to finish the thought? Who's the witness?
Right.
Or why was he accused of lying? Like,
They're exceptionally bad. I'll note like that they're way worse than even like the. I usually think in the greater metro Indianapolis area, like big TV stations, and they've been okay. I mean, they're doing okay, but like they're not great. I mean, and then there's just lots of things that are wrong.
right. Oh, Richard Allen was also the most animated he had been so far. I just found that language interesting. So I drew an arrow down to the second paragraph of this screenshot, and I crossed out enhanced bridge video and drew an arrow from animated to enhanced, and then I put interpolated instead of enhanced. An enhanced version of the video Libby Sherman took on the bridge on her cell phone at 2:13 on February 13th was played in court during Sheriff Tony Liggett's testimony. Just like and every screenshot I had, there were at least 2 or 3 different things I could correct, and then I got really tired because it was like 5 in the morning and I didn't want to do it anymore.
Right. I mean, that's the thing is like you could make an attempt to start fact checking the media, but like it's too much for even a single person to do, especially if you're doing anything else like you. And do you think that you have more pull than these corporate media stations? No. Like
Right.
you're never going to be able to correct them on their bullshit
And
because
they're using pool notes, and that's like,
right. I've got a huge problem with the pool notes. I've got a huge problem with pool notes because they've become more and more reliant on these pool notes, and
what's the point in having different outlets?
like in the first 3 days they were like, oh, they're getting information out quickly, and then it kind of just stopped. And we've seen this before where the media was interested in doing something and then they just stop. And I highly suspect that there is some directive to
Yeah.
stop. And well, why are you stopping? Is it because do you need to check with somebody as far as what you're going to report? Do you need to make sure that what you're reporting is okay and it fits the right kind of narrative? I think that is what's going on.
Well, they don't want those boots to get dull. They gotta keep licking the boots.
I mean, I guess so. I mean,
That's it, because they
but
don't
yeah, I
want
mean,
to
it
lose their
is it
sources.
because they're not fucking journalists, dude. They're employees of corporations. That's all these people are. That they are not quote unquote journalists. Like they are not. They'll say they want to believe they're journalists. Sometimes they'll try to act like journalists, but at the end of the day, they're an employee.
State actors.
They're an employee that works for their corporation, and their corporation is working with the state to do whatever they decide is best. That they make those decisions, whatever they think is best. They make the decision for everybody. What's the media you're going to consume? Whatever we think is best.
Right.
tired of dealing with it. This is on the phone.
Yeah, it's wild. Wild.
I really used to be against that kind of like narrative until you just see it blatantly right in your face.
Yeah.
I would be suspicious of that type of narrative. But the thing is, it's just completely true. It's just the way it's the way they operate.
Well, there becomes a point where you're just lying to yourself if you deny it.
I mean, I don't think it's about everything, but I mean, when you see it, just like it's very plain. Like it's blatantly in your face. In this scenario, it's blatantly in our faces.
Yeah.
So you got to accept that they do it in other circumstances a lot as well, and they certainly do. Because once you open your eyes to it, like you do see it a lot better.
For sure. DB, did you get my message?
DB, did you get woman's message? Oh, I can't hear him.
He's not talking.
I feel like DB wouldn't like the beginning of my
Or if he could.
my live here where I talked about bullets and stuff because he knows so much more about bullets and stuff.
Thank you, DB.
Oh, is this about the spreadsheet?
It is about the spread. I need to know because now I'm just irritated by it.
My theory is that they're tranquilizing everybody online and secretly implanting earplugs in, and that's why nobody can hear.
Oh, you know what they're doing? What is that called? Oh,
Havana syndrome.
yes, yes. I couldn't
Wow,
think of
that's a good guess by me.
Dude, I was like, okay, it's in that place we can't go. I'm
Right.
just trying to narrow it down in my brain.
That's why they set up that spotlight right on top of them all. Right outside the door, they set up the spotlight. You know what it does as well?
What?
It sends audio waves. It's just blasting their eardrums.
Dude, they already got the PSYOP drone.
It's secretly, right, dude. I mean, Jesus, dude, I don't even know. Like, you start getting this. It
They're
starts
like,
getting
oh, the
really
drones are
crazy.
coming, the jury's here.
It starts substantiating itself at some point. Like as far as how crazy this stuff goes.
I see the drones.
They're secretly implanting earplugs in these people so they can't fucking hear.
Right. Drugging them.
I'm not, dude. There's at least some evidence towards this. Everybody's complaining they can't hear, and then at least a little bit substantiated.
I'm getting down to the bottom of this. Let me find out there's a drug company on here.
The drug company. Oh wow, we're getting real deep here.
Deep in the weeds. I mean, I want to know, how far is this thing gonna go? Douglas Carter, you was talking about tentacles. That was before Purdue Pharma.
Carter was just, he was reading like
Word salad.
No, man, like it's frustrating.
Brother was like, Doug Carter was like, words. How I can speak words and how many words can I say? I don't have 4 voices, dude. Stop it. Oh, yeah, but like, I'll just say all the words. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, like tentacles. And then everyone's like, oh, I get it. And I'm like, I don't understand what this man's saying. Leave Doug Carter out.
So the reconciling of Doug Carter is that obviously he was not privy to a lot of reality, but also obviously he was privy to some very specific information at certain points. I just find that very curious.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I guess that he's just inclusion on something, and it's just like, I guess it's one in one ear, one out the other. Like, anytime that he's involved, it's just he's bullshitting.
Well, I do got a story to tell about Doug Carter. It's a short one.
Okay, well, story time.
Okay, story time. So, there was a man who was a person of interest, and his name was Jerome White. And he was seen in his truck around 4 a.m. in the area, in almost like a lookout situation. Like, he
Can
was
I
like,
clarify, is this the Jerome White that shot his girlfriend?
yes. So,
Right. So, like, not just a person of interest, like, oh,
well, you're telling the story for me now.
shit. Sorry.
All right. So, uh, so the night the girls died, he was seen out there, and like he had this picture of like all this weird hunting stuff like laid out on his trunk of his, or not trunk, hood of his car. Uh, the helmet with the funny night goggles and all that stuff. So he was tipped in, and then 8 days later, his girlfriend dies. And he said that she shot herself in the stomach, cleaning her gun. But then they're like, yeah, it didn't happen that way. Mind you, the girlfriend is underage and he is of age. So that's problematic. Age gap, I don't like that. Um, but the very next day, they issue, no, not they, Doug Carter issues a concealed carry for Jerome White. And nothing happens to him. He doesn't go to jail, nothing. Until later when someone busted in his house and stole his laptop because they knew he had child pornography on there. Then he went to jail. But that's my story.
Yeah, True Crime Jesus had a pretty good episode on Jerome White.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, I think that they had plenty of leads to track down if they wanted to. I think that like it's weird that they apparently didn't want to, or that like nothing, or of all these leads that you could track down, that none of them like interconnected. Like, I feel like they're just not very good at what they're doing.
JB says they went south real quick. Hey, Precison, when did that happen? Did you hear about that? Shane Evans' girlfriend died. She hung herself.
No, I've never heard of it.
I mean, he's married now. I seen his.
Yeah, I went down a rabbit hole along those lines, and then got a like a homophone name, uh
Homonym.
homonym name, confusion going on, and then I just was just like, I need to stop, because it was two people's names that like sounded exactly the same, like as you would pronounce them, like nothing weird. But then I was like, that's not that person.
GB said homophone. Homophobic? Homophone? Crickets. Oh God, do you hear that?
I hear cat.
Yeah, she's on it again.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually Richard Whiteside. Mr. Whiteside.
I'm
Judge
just gonna bring up
Whiteside.
for the millionth time that Whiteman the Whiteman was the landlord for Patrick Westphal.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's a little bit. I mean, it's not that crazy. I think it kind of goes to like.
Oh, White Snake? I like White Snake.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone drives a Ford Focus, DD. Oh, God, I was looking for something. Oh. EDD is killing.
No, nobody was looking for Ford Focuses like All Eyes. She's the Ford Focus hunting queen.
But they're looking for people who back in.
But why? Because that's not the car that was there.
They're like,
I don't
oh
even
my
know.
God, he backed in like a
Their
killer.
story just like has no cohesiveness to it at all. Like when you say, "Hey, walk me through what you're trying to tell me," and like it's just complete gibberish.
Right.
Like there was no car there. It was a car that looked like this, or a car like this. It was a car like this, looked like this. And, it was back then, and be like, what the fuck does this have to do with Rick Allen? Like, what are you talking about? Like, you're just saying words. Like these things do not like. I mean, I mean, I get to somebody stupid that this sounds like you're saying something, but you're not saying anything. Like maybe there was somebody somewhere sometime that backed into a parking space, so Rick Allen is a murderer. No, that's not how anything works. Like, and a jury's not going to be convinced by that because it's fucking stupid.
They probably all backed in too.
Nobody, they didn't even show that anybody backed in. Like that's the whole point. Like they haven't even gotten to the point of like proving that. Like,
Oh,
what?
they're not gonna show you.
Like, yeah, one. I mean, this is backing in is like a step. I mean, fishing license is a complete zero. Like backing into a parking space is right next to that. Like, where is your fucking evidence? Like surely we're 2 years into this, and you've got some evidence, don't you? Where is it? Where is the evidence?
Oh no, Mandy Bay, your dad's a killer. They made Ford Focuses back in '82. What is that? I don't know.
What? No, that's not true. That is I'm fact checking that. That's a misinformation / did.
Misinformation, disinformation central.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the intent is there, but they absolutely do not make Ford Focuses that early.
Mandy's doing a goof. And wifey's just goofing.
Louise, do you back in?
We should do a poll. Run a poll.
I don't know. Oh, I can't run a poll.
DB, run a poll.
DB doesn't. I don't know if DB knows how to do that much. Hold on. Can I run a poll? I don't know how to run a poll. How do you run a poll?
I don't know.
Man, I don't know how either.
I just work here. Didn't say I knew anything.
Community moderation? No. I don't know how anything works.
Here, I'll do a poll. I'm doing a poll right now. Nobody listens to me when I do a poll, though.
There's like people yelling outside my house, which I do not like.
Oh, be careful.
What the fuck? Dude, there should not be people yelling anywhere in my backyard. Or my front yard, or side yard. They sound like they're in the neighbor's house.
See, I heard this. Backing in is courteous. Is it? Because I feel like people who back in take too long to park, and then I get mad.
Right. I think it can go both ways. I think Andrea was saying that, and like high courtesy societies, the people back in so that they don't inconvenience people when they have to back out of the parking space. But you know who backs in far more than the Japanese or anybody? Would be like
See how
Indiana.
no one doesn't want her
Like,
to do it? Look at this.
Midwestern dudes.
Oh,
Midwestern
for
dudes be
sure.
backing in, gonna be like, yeah, Japanese ain't got shit on the Midwestern dudes backing in. Get the fuck out of here.
They love to back it up.
Oh yeah, people back in. Like, dude, my dad always backed his car in. Like, there's no reason to do that, dude. Like, no, absolutely no reason. Adamant about doing it.
Dude, pickup truck people back in all the time. That's
Oh
the
yeah,
only
yeah,
way
right,
they can park.
It's far more common with an inconvenient vehicle to do it with as well. Like, oh,
F-150s.
not the Ford Focus. Yeah, it's the F-150 or the minivan. Whatever's the most inconvenient thing.
Well, I say go gadget wheels. You guys don't want to participate in my ultra cool, ultra fantastic little experiment, social experiment of how you park. Fine. If DB said throw one in the chat,
But we don't have
y'all
to
be
do a
throwing
poll.
ones.
Can I do a poll? Yeah, just put a one in the chat if you. What do you want to do?
I said put one in the chat if you back it in. Put a 2 in the chat if you go gadget wheels. I go gadget wheels.
What does that mean?
Just say go gadget wheels and your wheels pop up and you're parked, man. I parallel park actually.
No, nobody does the go gadget wheels.
Oh, okay. Is that why no one's taking my
Yeah, I think that's the problem. Like, you're driving the UFO, man.
I'm
The
scared of aliens.
UFO world. We got some backer ins.
We do got some backer ends, and they're all criminals. Look at all these criminals.
Man, I know. You have to question who you associate with nowadays.
Yeah.
People
Well,
just
they
back
ride with the defense, man.
spots. You think you know somebody, and then they're just backing in.
Right. Next thing you know, they're trading their phones in. It's specifically the 2017 phone. I mean, box cutters. No, say it ain't so.
I think I don't even know what year phone that I lost, but I lost the phone in the creek. It was not one of my finer moments, but I wonder how close that was to 2017.
Brother, did they get it during the Wabash clam jam?
No, it was far away. Definitely a different county. A different creek entirely.
Sugar Creek?
I don't know. You're trying to dox me, bro.
I don't even know where Sugar Creek is. These people don't know where Sugar Creek is. The Wabash clam jam, y'all. Judge Jessica, I'm afraid they're going to steal my ex's nudes.
They're gonna what?
Steal my ex's nudes.
No. That's, yeah, I don't know.
If you trade in all your phones,
No, I've only traded in like one or two phones. And you know what? It actually was absolutely Sugar Creek. It's good. It's got some. It's got
Questionable things on it.
It's more specific than that, but it is technically Sugar Creek. Yeah, I lost my phone in that creek and just.
Oh, I guess White Creek.
I was sure I was gonna be able to find it, but I definitely did not. No, that's the only phone I ever lost. I'd be curious if it's still sitting in the bottom of that creek.
I still have my jitterbug.
Dude, my phone case was so cool. That was my favorite phone case too. It was like an army green phone case.
Oh, what phone case? Oh, on the phone that you dropped in Sugar Creek?
Right, yeah. Bad news.
A lot of people have a drawer, designated for their BlackBerry Pearl flip. I have a BlackBerry Pearl flip. That was the worst phone in my life.
I did not ever own a BlackBerry. I've been on iPhones for quite a long time.
iPhones are too prestigious.
Too prestigious?
Yep.
Yeah, I disagree.
I got my two-way pager. We got Nextel Chirper. With the rollerball, yes. And I used to have to clean it off with alcohol, otherwise it would stick.
My dad has one of the first cell phones that was ever invented, in a briefcase. I should probably just see if I could borrow that from him and just.
We should just walk around like that.
See if it still works.
Absolutely. The Zach Morris
Fuck
phone.
the smartphone shit, dude. All the smartphone stuff is get you in trouble.
Geofence.
I probably wouldn't have even known about Delphi for a smartphone.
That's why they took away all payphones. Because they wanted to geofence us all in.
Payphones, I don't know. The upkeep on payphones couldn't have been very think about it. Think about the overhead of maintaining a payphone. All it does is make money and just sits there. Why get rid of them?
Exactly.
Because it's a conspiracy, man.
It is a conspiracy. They're trying to catch us in thought crime. He looked up the murders. Bro, he lives in the city.
Maybe that's the whole answer is they caught Bridge Guy before he even committed the crime.
That is the conspiracy. They were like, that's him. He did it one time. He did a one-time Google search of the murder.
DB is recognizing my feminism, and I appreciate that.
Oh, I appreciate your feminism too. I think that's great.
People don't always think it's that great. It gets them in trouble sometimes.
Whatever. We need the white knights. DB's a white knight too.
I'm not a white knight. I'm not doing that.
Baby girl over here trying to expose you, and his name is Baby Girl. I mean, oh yeah, you're not a white knight. Torso is my white knight.
Torso is a Twitter fucking champion, man.
Oh yeah.
There are a few cut out for the battle, but Torso is one. Every day, go right back into it, right back into the battle.
Right.
I appreciate it. That a lot. I've been there. I've been right next to him, a lot here recently. But man, I can barely keep up with that. It's impressive.
Twitter is still a thing. It's really overcome by Nazis, but we still ride in. Not with Nazis, but Heather, Twitter was a battle for me. Like, I struggled coming onto Twitter. I was like,
I've
I
had
was,
a Twitter for a long time. I only started I don't know. I don't even know how I started really posting about or tweeting about Delphi stuff.
you do a tweet and then someone tweets you back and you look at it and you're like, what are you even talking about, brother? And you look at it and you're like, there's nothing. Like, there's just a random ass thing. So then you have to go back to your like timeline or whatever you call that thing.
You know, you do make a good point about the inconvenience of it all, because I try to the more I try to navigate it, the less convenient I find it, and be like, oh, what I need to do is go to my timeline or somebody else's timeline and then search through the replies and then organize it this way, and then also scroll like a long way to find what I was talking about. Like, yeah, the organization of this thing is not good. Not good.
No, and then you like initially I had to go in and block certain words because I had all these pussy and bios. Like every freaking post was a pussy and bio, and I'm like, I'm done. These
Yeah,
whole
that was phase, and it seemed to stop mostly, which I'll recognize. Like, at least they've kind of figured out how to stop it. I guess they probably just changed them all to like Russian disinformation bots instead.
oh for sure. I have a question, DB. So I was looking at the spreadsheet you sent me, and I was trying to find the sound cost for sound, and I'm looking here. Sound advice. I think there's 4 or 5 entries. Computer, web blocker, computer work, computer. So the sound advice people just did computer stuff. Is DB still here? Did he dip? He's still allegedly here. We'll see if he.
I don't know. DB he likes to cruise the YouTube streets.
He really does. Mister, I have 6 accounts so I can listen to all the podcasts at one time. Wait, is he calling me judgy? I hope he's not calling me judgy. He called me woman doing Walmart yesterday. Still not over it. Okay, did you hear what I said, DB?
She said you're doing woman doing Walmart.
Yeah, that was a horrible joke, by the way. My feelings are incredibly hurt. I have not done a Walmart. I don't fuck with the Walmart. Too many people.
Walmart is not great. I don't have like the firm aversion to Walmart, but I do usually shop at Meijer rather than Walmart.
Meyer guy.
I'm a Meijer guy. I mean, I can't deal with like multiple layouts. I don't know. This is ADHD.
Oh,
I need to like just be like have a little bit of structure and just like know where I'm going. I'm like I can't go to multiple places. No.
listen, I do not do corporate special interest. Billionaires can suck it. You got Judge Jessica mimicking your foul words. DB, I'm asking you a specific question about the sound advice.
Answer the question, DB.
We gotta put a spotlight. Fog reveal. Fog reveal. I don't know how we're gonna do that, but spotlight him and tell him, where were you when they were doing sound advice stuff? Sound advice. What did they do?
DB, you missed my earlier hot takes. My hot takes were at the beginning of the live.
We were banging with
While
hot
you were
takes.
fangirling over Andrea, who wasn't even talking about the case and was just talking about like bullets.
He's down with that bullet stuff.
I know he loves bullets. We were talking about bullets here too.
Drop a link. I want to fight DB.
Can't you drop a link? Why do I have to do everything?
I don't know the link. Do I just copy and paste the link?
I think so. I can do it, but he's scared. He's not going to come up here. He already missed what I said, and like I've already
He
covered
doesn't
all
care
the.
about anything.
I already
He's so
covered all the.
unserious.
I covered all the bombshell stuff in like the first 5 minutes I was on. That was, and then we just been bullshitting. Like,
Listen, no. We were not bullshitting earlier. We had very nice conversation about details, facts surrounding the case.
yeah,
Disinformations, we quash and shit. You up here telling me that bullshit? Okay.
bullshitting. It's not the same as bullshit.
I said bullshit.
Bullshit. Okay.
Bullshit.
Okay. Fair.
Bullshit.
Oh man. Are you ready?
Is he in?
Oh no, not him.
Oh, brother. If I go silent, y'all know
Okay.
why.
Hello. Hello, you're on live with the Electric Werecat Truther Network.
I don't want my face shown.
Okay, you don't have to show your face.
Okay.
Then you can turn off your camera.
Yeah. I don't care, honestly. Who else is here?
Woman doing a tip.
Hey, what's up?
Oh my god.
What's
You
up?
two motherfuckers talking shit, huh?
Yeah.
Tweedledee and Tweedledum over here.
Who brought Vanilla Ice in? Didn't Suge Knight shake you out of a hotel room?
No.
If you don't want to be on camera, you can just turn off your camera.
I
feel
thought
like
I
something's
turned
getting
it
leaked.
off.
Just tape your camera.
Or tape
Put
your
my
eye.
finger,
Yeah,
my hand over
just
it.
put your hand over. Okay. There you go.
Who am I talking to here? Who's the I know Vanilla Ice over there, but
You don't recognize that giggle?
It's Louise.
no, I've never heard her
supposedly
voice
Louise.
before.
Really?
We can't see her.
No.
And maybe it's Louise, maybe it's not, maybe it's just a hand.
No, it is me. I'm not anything Alex said or any of those like weirdos said.
Well, does anybody ever know what Alex said?
You need a small piece of tape.
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
you can hit the cam button and turn off your camera.
I put
Nice. Wasn't me.
Okay, DB.
That was interesting.
Yeah, what's up? Fucking get to it.
What is this? What is this Bronx Bronx accent?
I don't have a Bronx accent. I fucking woke up like this, dude.
Oh shit.
I like
I
your-
can't click on the comments in here. What the fuck, dude? I can't run this whole fucking thing. I feel
It's not
funny.
your channel anymore.
It's not. Which I resent personally, but
DB.
yeah, what's up?
Sound advice. What did they do?
You talking about the gun?
That's all you want to talk about.
No, you keep saying sound advice. I don't know what you're saying.
Oh,
Yeah.
she wants to know what on the budget.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Well, I didn't know what you were talking about, so I was gonna try.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Phoenix. He's just
Oh, you're talking
aggravating.
about
We're frenemies.
the budget.
Yes, sound advice. You know what sound.
But I don't
Actually,
think
Hold on one
sound
second.
advice is to make the sound in the courtroom better. I think that's just the name of a company.
yeah,
I
it
know
is-
that. I know that's just the name of a company.
Actually, that's like the dumbest shit I ever heard. So they
I
should
actually think that's
probably think
Luttrell.
about that.
You know what I mean? It's Luttrell. He gives sound advice about cases. For one, you gotta falsify an affidavit. Nick
Yeah.
was like, check.
Stop
Okay.
that.
Number two, you have to fucking maliciously prosecute. Fucking that's the 6/1/2023 payment of $84. Nick's like, I already knew that one, so I'm not gonna fucking give that up.
That was his
13,000.
teener. That was his teener.
Yeah. 13,000. That was to falsify affidavits. Yeah, fucking Luttrell skimmed off the budget, just like he skimmed off a couple fucking Land Rovers. Look it up.
Right. He did that.
He towed a couple Land Rovers and they fucking fell off the back of the truck. You know what I mean? They didn't even get a podium. I want to hear fucking WTHR tell us.
The podium. They haven't even used the podium.
The podium was just, it wasn't even really that expensive of a podium. It was really more of a middle line podium.
Packed full of explosives or something, dude.
Dude.
That's their out. That's their out. In case things go bad.
I think something's gonna go bad soon,
dude. If the whole case has gone bad so far.
I'm thinking this thing might not even have a conclusion. I think they might just fucking find a way.
Because because that is I touched on this earlier. Like
plea deal's coming.
No, it's not the plea deal. It's not the plea deal. It's when the state's case goes so bad that they all of a sudden you end up with 11 jurors and then we're done. Then
you can say that. I can't say that.
Then we're done for another 2 years.
Right, and then they'll retry him because they'll have a mistrial.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, without prejudice.
Yeah,
I could see it.
Oh, it's not going well for them. I mean,
it could be. That would be a huge win
every day.
They get a lot of cooler shit for 2 years. They'll have 2 years to figure out that fucking podium.
I mean, if it's already going this bad, the sooner you take it, the more money you save, and then you can just pretend that you didn't pocket all that money and charge another $4 million for another trial.
The hire Sarah Cardlaw.
I'm giving people bad ideas. Sorry,
dude. I have never thought that. I thought it was always stupid, and then I heard somebody else say it, and I was like, kind of wouldn't be the fucking worst thing that could happen to him. Woman, why you nun? I like the nun imagery.
None your business.
Oh. Man, somebody asked me that question as well recently. That there's the answer.
What?
None your business.
None your business.
Oh.
Business.
I don't know. It's just one I wanted to grab.
I like it.
What's
the nun in the white?
Huh?
Are those all four of your voices right there? Those different nuns?
Oh my god. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So DB,
what did you want the budget? Oh yeah, go ahead, man.
You missed all my analysis at the beginning.
Let's hear it.
Live, like
we rehash.
I pretty just went out. I want open source on everything.
Like, so do I.
Like everyone's exposed.
I want to see all the tips. I want to see all the video.
The hollow points. The hollow points, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess Tom Webster said they're both holler points. Holler points.
Well, no, Andrea said they're both holler points too.
I know.
I am a gun expert now. Just
Are
so
you
know.
really?
I am. I am.
There are what, 5 different types of Winchester hollow points? Sorry, just got here. If you already beat this to death, I know there's PDX. I don't know what the other kinds are, so we'll see.
No, I mean, I do believe that there are multiples. I mean, I'm sure there are multiple kinds. This is something that's a hang up for me because I think that, like, I made the point, like, I
A
I,
hollow point.
I ain't seen much from the state so far. So, like, if you want to say that he's got the one exact same bullet as the exact same bullet at the crime scene, I think that you should probably say that.
Yeah, why don't you say it?
I mean, I don't know why they don't say it. I mean, I'm baffled by whatever the state is doing. I have no idea.
Judgy says, what is the significance about Holler Points? Holler Points is a pickup artist TV show from back in MTV. Holler Point.
A hollow point is a round that is meant to blow someone's brains completely out. Completely out.
Let me
Like,
see that.
it's a kill shot type of round rather than just a regular round that you'd shoot through a piece of paper on a firing range. That's what a hollow point is. Or if you want to shoot someone and stop them in their fucking tracks, you'd shoot them with a hollow point. And they're a more expensive round, and they're not a target practice round. Unless
That's when you mean business.
yeah, well, I mean, no, normally for like practical people, like I'm sure, like if you're a billionaire, you could just target practice with hollow points because you don't give
A billionaire?
or
That's the fucking cutoff, dude.
mm-hmm.
Well, I'm a
I'm
fucking
sticking with that.
100,000er.
There's a lot of millionaires that are pretty frugal, man.
You said billion.
I know. That's what I'm saying. The millionaires are
Well, that's
frugal.
what I'm saying.
The billionaires aren't as frugal. They can just shoot hollow points.
I think billionaires are frugal. I heard Warren Buffett drives a 1996 Corolla. What do you say to that?
Well, that's anecdotal evidence, and it's one person.
Ah, damn it. You got me with the anecdotal one.
He
So a
probably
certain demographic would be more interested in holler points.
just saying, if you're just gonna, I mean, it's a burn money type of person. Whatever. Whoever.
It's like those dudes that carry like a 6-hour P226 and carry one in the chamber, and they're like, it doesn't have a safety, and I carry one in the chamber, like, like
Is the PT
I got it under control.
Safety?
No,
it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, dude. I used to have a Taurus, and it didn't have a safety, and I was like, man, I don't really like that it doesn't have a safety, so I sold it. And now there's no record of who owns it.
I thought you had another gun that didn't have a safety on it.
No, my Glock 22 has a safety.
Oh,
It's a selling point. I think a safety is a nice quality.
I agree, but
I think a safety is a really nice quality.
I'm not trying to carry condition 1 either.
What does that mean? Carry condition 1?
I thought you would know what that means, sir. I thought you would know better.
No.
Condition 1, condition 2, condition 3,
No.
condition 1.
Dude, I'm old. Like, I don't remember like last week, let alone like 30 years ago.
30 years ago. Condition 1, round in the chamber, full magazine in place, hammer cock, safety on.
I don't even remember them calling it any of those things.
Come on, bro. Big condition 1.
Condition? No, I don't remember condition being
It's
mentioned.
the different firing conditions. You know. Do you remember your weapon safety rules?
Probably not. I guess the way that's going now.
Weapon safety rule number 1. Treat every weapon as if it were loaded.
Well, yeah, I remember that.
Whenever you're pouring a weapon, anything you do not intend to shoot, keep your finger straight enough the trigger until you intend to fire. Keep your weapon on safe until you intend to fire.
Like a PTSD.
What's a FUD?
FUD?
Andrew James, whatever he said right there.
Where's Andrew James? How do you think the round got there if it was from the killer? I thought he did a FUD and cleared it. I mean, he just did a there was a it didn't extract fully.
Why would you say that? It didn't extract fully.
Oh, maybe a dud. Maybe he meant dud.
Yeah, I think maybe. I don't know, dude. This was a rumor that was.
Elmer FUD.
This was
That's what I
this
thought.
was a
Elmer
rumor that
Fudd.
was going around a lot about a misfire stuff. Like that's
No, it's not a misfire.
no, that's a silly thing to say. Like, I mean, I feel like people just don't understand how a weapon works at all. I mean, I don't know what the explanation for a round being there is. Like, it's very curious. Obviously, they thought it was curious because they based their entire investigation, like their entire actual investigation, not the public investigation, but the actual investigation was testing guns against this round. That's the only thing that they've done, like, to try to solve this case, which is a very stupid thing to do because it was never going to work, but that's what they did.
We got to work it. You know,
I mean, they tried.
you got to work it. That they didn't try. Okay. First of all,
I mean, they
type
did
in
collect some
2016
specimens. They
Ford
collected
Focus
his
into
gun.
the DMV database. You fucking idiot. How do you not search the subject or the suspect vehicle, dude? You don't even have to leave your office.
Well, they never had. The only reason they thought it was a Ford Focus because it was the car that Richard Allen drove.
Exactly.
They didn't think it was a Ford Focus before they saw his car.
You guys have been live for 3 hours. I just seen that at top left. You guys were live when Andrea was live?
I have not been here the whole time. However, I've been listening almost the whole time. Yes, I was
Oh,
enough.
that's
I
nice.
was enough.
That
It was
is nice.
enough.
Yeah, I started before Andrea ended. She was just going on this. I don't know, man. Runkle kind of threw the whole thing off the rails.
Dude, totally threw it off. But it's her thing to throw off, you know?
Runkle is really smart though. Don't hate.
No, he's a smart guy.
I'm hating. It was just not. I don't know.
We just been there, done that, dude. Like, we don't need to get
Right,
some
like,
random dude's opinion about guns.
I understand.
He's not random.
He's
I'm
random.
just trying to get the
Fiend would
details
love
from
to
court.
go over it again. Fiend? Ariel would like to hear the whole
Excuse
3 hours.
me.
DB.
I feel like I got the most important details from court, which was one that the round was a hollow point, because apparently that's as much information as we're getting right now, I guess.
Who's a DNA expert tomorrow?
Well, see, so they're skipping ahead. I mean, I've got questions where, like, they don't specifically say exactly what I predicted. Like,
You mean for the gun?
I'd like them to like either confirm or deny, like, exactly what I said. Like, I mean, I guess maybe it's too granular for a jury, so that, like, they would, like, everybody would just, like, both sides would like to leave it, like, very fuzzy and just be like, Winchester Hollow Point, close enough, at least for now. If these are not the exact same round, like the exact same brand, I know if I was the defense, I'm going to bring that up, that they're not the exact same round.
I think they're going to go into that a lot more with Warren.
Yeah, I mean, if the state's not going to say, yo, this is the exact same type of round in two places at the same time, the killer and Richard Allen, then it's not the exact same round. So then I'm probably wrong by guessing, or I'm right by guessing, but it's not the round that Richard Allen has, you know. I don't think that the state doesn't. I don't think the state just overlooks this because thus far it's probably their strongest thing.
Andrew says the FBI could have matched a bullet exactly to the round or not. The FBI not involved at all in this case, as far as I know. The FBI were involved, but because
I
of
need
some
a
of the
trigger
studies,
warning for that.
excuse me, some of the studies that came out, actually, the FBI doesn't believe that you can match an unspent round to a fired cartridge, so they wouldn't be involved in. They actually don't even believe in matching unspent rounds with the FTE theory of matching. So I don't think they thought that round was valuable at all.
That's a good point, but since it could actually be like the FBI contracted round, like they could even know that it's
They could,
definitely one of their rounds.
especially when some fucking goofball says that it's not ruled out. It's not inconclusive, or it is inconclusive that they could not exclude a Glock 22.
I mean, the problem with this round is that the markings are clearly not present enough, because when you cycle it through, they got information that like, hey, you're only going to see markings off of a couple different types of guns, ones that leave like better extractor marks, and one of those was a P226. And then they cycled it through that and it still didn't work. So it's not the right one.
I have a question.
Go on.
Dude, chill.
Just go.
Did you take your blood pressure medicine?
Look at me. Look at my face.
Okay, so did they account for the fact that the bullet is in the ground?
Did they count the bullets? What'd you say?
Did they count for the
Okay.
bullet being in the ground?
Yeah, they picked it up off the ground before they shot it.
In the ground.
I don't think they shot that bullet.
You're right. I wouldn't actually be surprised they shot that motherfucker, dude.
They just switched the two. And just like,
they were just like,
whatever,
oh,
dude.
fuck. The whole evidence you needed to prove your innocence, it got destroyed.
You're like, whoops. Well, we got this other Winchester. Close enough.
So you're saying, like, was there extra oxidation or something like that because it was in the ground?
Well, I mean, so
we
like,
didn't
what
hear,
if it,
did not hear about, like, I didn't hear about what their cleaning procedure was for this thing. You know, it goes from dirt, covered in dirt, to we checked it for DNA, and then there's no biological material on it, and then like we looked at it. Okay, like you're skipping a lot of steps there.
There's some steps in there, it seems like.
Yeah, like how did you remove the dirt particles from this thing? Like there was no biological material in the dirt that was completely covering this thing. Like I'm not following. Like there's that, like there's actually very like regimented ISP procedures. One is that they don't even test for DNA. Like there's very specific like instructions on how you would have to clean around, but we didn't hear about all that stuff. All we heard was like, hey, they found a round in Rick Allen's house and they're all holding it in their hands. Awesome. Fucking awesome. Putting your DNA all over it. Great.
Well, then they put it in a fucking manila envelope or a bag or some shit. Yo, put it in a pill bottle, you freaks.
I
gonna
heard they
get
just
crushed.
spit on it.
I think I've heard this a lot, but I think the standard procedure is to put it in an envelope rather than a pill bottle or anything like that.
I heard
Really?
they just spit
Yeah,
shined it.
I've gotten the instructions from ISB. Like it says what you're supposed to do. Like I think the envelope is a correct thing. Testing it for DNA is a wrong thing. I mean, there's probably other wrong things. Like I've got the PDF that goes the step by step of what
we all do, bro.
What you do with an unspent cartridge to preserve it for evidence. And
nothing. It doesn't fucking exist as evidentiary in nature. Can I read this comment in chat? One of your audience members here asked a question.
Which one isn't?
Andrew Jones. That's what I meant. The FBI can compare 2 rounds and see if they came from the same batch. That's assuming the bullets are identical model, which they probably aren't. Well, this issue is called consecutively manufactured. The FBI stopped using that process for bullets a long time ago, and one of the people that blew the whistle on that practice was also a whistleblower for a practice called lead identification and bullet lead identification, which meant that they would look at the composition from a metal standpoint and look at the percentages of the metal and the different types of metals inside of the bullet and determine whether or not they were produced in a consecutive manner. William Tobin, the FBI crime lab, has the whistleblower for the FBI crime lab, decided that he was going to tell a tale about what was actually going on and how it was not statistically valid, which ended up getting that entire practice overturned a ton of cases. In
DB, you're going on a
yes,
soliloquy here, man. Like
a soliloquy.
I'm gonna go with Andrew James and say that's assuming the bullets are the identical model, which they probably aren't. That's the part I'm gonna agree with. If the state is not saying these are identical model bullets, then they're probably not. Like, because they've delivered zero like compelling incriminating anything up to this point, and this would by far be their best thing. I would assume that they do not match. They do not match exactly. They're not the exact same bullets. The
There's something there, right?
I thought they might be, and that was a hunch. Like that was a guess.
It's a great hunch.
If they're not willing to say that, then I don't think that anymore. Like I think that you've got one kind of Winchester hollow point in Rick's house, and you got a different kind of Winchester hollow point at the crime scene, and they would like to conflate that. They sure would, because they don't have anything. If it
The only
was
hunch
if
I
it
got
was,
is
if it
my
was an
back.
exact match, you just come out and say it.
Well, if you didn't want another soliloquy, here I go. You ready?
You're good. You go. You can slowly go. Oh, he left.
What a douche.
He's a very sensitive fellow,
No. Sensitive, nothing.
Well, that's
You
what we
said,
talking about. I started talking about guns and bullets right from the beginning.
no, right?
It's the only point. Like the only point is like, hey,
This is their evidence.
the state hasn't provided anything up to this point. If they can say that we found one round that from Rick Allen's house that's the exact same type of round that we found at the crime scene, that's even better than Oberg on the stand all day matching the markings. It's way better because it's just simple. There's nothing to understand there.
That's why I
There are two things that either match or they don't match. And if they're not going to say that they match, they probably don't match. Why wouldn't they say that they match? That's going to be their best evidence up to this point. They don't have the best evidence because they don't have any evidence.
If the bullet doesn't fit, you must acquit.
I mean, I'm leaning in that direction, man. I thought the bullet was gonna fit, but like if they're not saying it does, like why wouldn't they say that? They would it's by far their best thing that they can possibly say, and here they are not saying it.
So, I have a question. Do they have like batch numbers on the bullets?
No.
There's nothing like that.
No, it's completely untraceable. Like the best thing that you could do is do DNA or fingerprints, and these motherfuckers went into Rick's house and just put their grubby paws over everything to make sure that like they could never.
We're gonna make sure this fails.
Right? No, if they wanted to plant something, it'd be impossible to even like. There's no recourse for it. There's zero because they just like slap their fingers on everything.
So my other thing, one of my big questions was that if it was in the ground, like say like next to a rock, or say like the stretcher that they picked the girls up on hit it or something like that, wouldn't that leave marks?
Yeah, DB did a little like graphic about like a shovel and something, and
I hardly
I'm
listen to
pretty
that.
skeptical about that. Like, I think that like I'm gonna guess that like the basics of what they've observed on this round are more or less correct. That this appears to be a round that's been cycled through a firearm, and has triplicate marks, and so that it's been cycled through a round or through a firearm like 3 times, like probably.
Okay, so now that DB's gone,
But that's all you have, like.
they ejected it 3 times. That leaves like separate marks each time, right?
Right. Right. So you've got extraction or ejection marks that from 3 times that it's been cycled. For somebody racking the gun and it pops out.
And they put the same bullet in and do it again.
Well,
Not
I mean, so as T brought this up earlier, I don't know if anybody read my comment, but there's a really easy explanation for this. Is somebody that, like you carry a full mag, and to get around the mag limit, you also just you pop one in the chamber, and that's the way you carry your pistol. So you have an extra round. It's called a +1. And it's super common for like lots of gun people. They carry a +1. So you pull the trigger, you're ready to go. Like you're ready to shoot. Like you're never gonna. I mean, it's a way to carry an extra round, and it's just a machismo thing that people do because they want to like skirt the round limit.
right.
I can only carry 10 bullets in a magazine. Well, fuck you. I can carry 11 because I can load an extra one. So people do that. Tons of people do that. So like if that's your normal practice, that's the way you carry your pistol. If you're a gun person, everything like you would regularly clean your pistol from just just because you're a gun person. You're gonna unload your mag. You're gonna have to rack your weapon to get that +1 bullet out of there. You clean your gun. You put your mag back in. You rack your weapon and pop your +1 in there. And so you've done that a couple times, and that's it. It's not very it's not like a convoluted, complicated like explanation. Like the very easy explanation of like that's probably a fairly normal thing to do. So every and then they just carry their gun and they don't need to shoot anybody, and they're like, I'm gonna clean my gun, and they repeat the same situation over again. But I would say that's gonna be a gun person.
Right.
which I think is an important profiling note, which I don't know whether they've picked up on that or didn't, but I would have picked up on that.
So my question is, like Andrew said, 3 marks, 2 consistent with the SIG and 1 non-consistent question. So did they do the same bullet 3 separate times?
What Andrew is saying here, I don't know that that's accurate or that we have that type of information.
Okay. See, if DB was nice and semi-serious, he would let me ask the question, but he never does.
Man, that DB guy.
I know, he's so mean.
He's being mean to you.
Frenemy. It's all right. Because that's problematic. Because if they did do, all right, so if he only ejected it once, but they ejected it 3 times, it's going to put marks in separate spots in the bullet because of the bullet's round. It's going to spin, and the grabber thing is going to hold it in different spots on the bullet, creating different marks.
I mean, we have to come to a come to Jesus moment as far as this firearms expert. Like this firearms expert,
She's never wrong.
resigned and then went to an administrative job. You don't just do that. If
She probably works for DCS.
maybe it's something like that, but I'm just saying, if the big money and all the prestige was in the fire, the extraction marks expertise area, she would have stayed there, and she's not there. She's gone. She is gone. She does not do that.
Especially because she's like, I am never wrong.
Oh, she was wrong a bunch of times. She's just a liar. She also said that she could not identify from the serial number. No clue when this firearm was manufactured. It's a complete lie. I posted about that or tweeted about that. That it's completely false. You can see almost exactly when this firearm was likely manufactured. So
right.
Which I don't know. I was saying 1997, but I don't know why I thought that. It's definitely 99 or 2000, but I mean it has to be 1999. It has to be 1999.
Why does it have to be 1999?
Because he purchased the gun in 1999.
Oh, okay.
Not just because of that, but also because of the serial numbers, the sequence of serial numbers. So it's impossible that it can be 98, but it's also impossible for it to be 2000 because he purchased it in 99. So I don't know. I was saying 97 for some reason, and I have no idea why I thought that, but it's definitely wrong.
Just doing a disinformation.
I mean, no, I don't know why. I'm sure I misread something at some point, but I think that I think it's definitely manufactured 99 and he purchased it in 99. He bought it brand new. And
I have another question. Well, I thought, oh yeah, somebody mentioned something about an orange substance. What's that about? Is that like an oil for you have to oil your gun, right? No.
where are you saying orange substance?
I believe Andrea said that she had talked about she had mentioned some sort of orange substance. I was half listening. Does anyone recall that in the chat?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like a lubricant. Maybe seal gun.
I mean, it's It's a gun. I mean, a 99 Sig Sauer is, I don't know.
Okay.
It depends. Like it could be more desirable or less desirable, just depending on like exactly what it was. But without actually looking at it, I don't think it's gonna be that easy to tell. But the year you can certainly tell, which
Right.
Melissa Oberg just got up in the stand and lied and be like,
That's
"Oh,
awesome.
yeah,
That's just they never cease to amaze me when it comes to that lying stuff.
it doesn't even make. I don't even get what their like end game is.
What's right?
I don't even get what their point is of doing that is. Like they could. I'm not sure how. Like you only lie to benefit yourself, but like, well, how does that benefit anything?
I guess we'll find out,
I think we're gonna.
later.
Yeah, I think that they're just clueless. I think that they're just like they're scared and they just want to lie about things because they know they're lying. Once you get into the habit of just lying about everything, you just continue to lie about everything.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, you're lying. This is a match. So, you also want to lie about whether you know what year it's made. You just want to lie about everything. Like, you're,
Maybe she didn't know and was just like, yeah, I'd rather just lie about
yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
than
Well, then you're not a fucking firearms expert, are you? You're not, that's not what you are. Don't call yourself a firearms expert if you can't even figure out the fucking year of the 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 firearm because it's not like a secret.
right.
It's plainly obvious what year this firearm is manufactured. Like you can figure it out. Anybody can figure it out. Like I can show that to anybody, and they would be able to be like, "Oh, it was manufactured in 1999." Yes. Are you a better firearms expert than Melissa Oberg? Yes, you are. You're a better firearms expert than her because you can figure out something that she can't figure out because she can't figure out anything. You're not an expert on anything. She doesn't know.
Doing the bit. You don't know anything. Uh oh, I have another question. So when Trooper Joe and the prop went down to the area, the trails and stuff, they found about 3/4 of a mile away a like makeshift shooting range. And this was like pretty much like right after it happened. Were you trolloping around the woods around that time?
When?
Like right after it happened,
No.
2017-ish. Okay. Have you ever noticed a makeshift shooting range?
No.
No. Okay.
No. No, I've never noticed any like
Yeah, because they
nah,
seen it, and then
around
they
there.
were able to find a bunch of casings and unspent rounds in that area.
I mean, I can't verify that I've still seen a deer stand there until pretty recently. Which is one of the things that came up in trial. Like they're asked if there's still if there was they asked Dan Doolin if he ever saw any deer stands there, and he's like, "Yep, saw deer stands."
I hate doing so much.
I'm not sure. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble, but I
Well,
just
yeah, you
I
live in
just don't
Indiana. I
know,
don't.
like I just don't know if some of these people like personally as far as what they've done and exactly. I mean, I know that like Dan Doolin did some fucked up shit
Yeah,
related to Jesse Snyder. Like that's
that,
like that did 100% happen. But like I
right.
have a hard time like I just don't know like to thoroughly judge somebody on their character without
Th-
knowing other things that they've done, or whether they just made a mistake, or they just got caught up in something. Like I just don't know.
Being once a colluder, always a colluder, because you got to collude to cover your past collusions.
I mean, he's a fucking DNR officer, so I have like a little bit of skepticism as far as like.
He's an Eagle Scout.
I mean, I think he's probably just normally doing his own regular stuff most of the time. But like, I mean, you know, all these motherfuckers have like, you know, they all have dirt. They all have dirt.
Yeah, see what Peggy said. When people
all
show
have,
you who they are, listen.
like, I'm not exempting any of them. Like even Todd Click, they all got dirt. They all
No, not Todd Click. No.
they all
Thank
got
you.
dirt. That's how the whole system works, is that they always have dirt on you. They always have dirt because they're all dirty.
If Todd Click had any dirt, it's because the system forced him into submission. DCS is fucked.
Yeah, that is true, and I think it's very like I don't know, man. Like we've got a few pieces of weird information here. One, the person that broke the case,
Mr. Lepper.
where she work? Where did she retire from? DC.
Oh,
Retired from DCS.
Shanks.
Yeah, Shank.
Yeah.
DCS. And me, I don't remember where we heard this from, but like I think it was like in context of the video, like starting where does the video start? At the WIC building.
Right.
That's fucking weird.
Right.
Like, why are we getting all these connections that are DCS related? Like, and
Lepper.
I don't know about that one, but I know that Diener's wife working with DCS a lot.
Latrell.
I don't know. It's there's some weird like
Everybody ties back to DCS.
weird relations with all the DCS type of stuff, and also just that you've got weirdly
Why did they close that building?
you have a lot of people that are third party suspects that have
Kids that were in DCS.
correlations of involvement with DCS, and you've also got like the custody situation with one of the victims.
Yep.
Like you got a lot of things that all tie to that some of them are physical type of evidence. Like you can't
Look what
you
True Grit Crime wrote.
can't fake a GPS. Like it is what it is.
Right.
Why is it that way? Why is the GPS
Look at Gritty.
saying that? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, how is it coming up so often? Like
Right.
I'm not. I don't have the answer. I'm just saying. Like, I'm noticing it's coming up a lot.
Oh, you know what else? One of the, I believe this is spectating actually. Babcock was one of the people who were, he allegedly didn't, or he had the fraudulent signature or whatever on. And that's one of Holder's friends.
Who? I mean, I'd probably know better than most people. Who are you saying is one of Holder's friends? Mic drop. Well, woman pieced out. No, I don't hear you. I might just end the stream. She gone. She gone. She gone. We've been going for a while.
I'm here.
Oh, you are here?
Yeah.
I was just about to ditch
I
it.
don't know how that happened.
I don't know how it happened.
Oh, you want to ditch me? That's fine.
No, I was just saying we
Irish
go.
goodbye me?
Go. I mean, I was going to, but like you had already Irish goodbye.
No, because, technically if I Irish goodbye, my picture would be gone.
Well, I know that, but you were just silent.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I was trying to figure it out, but it was muted in StreamYard. I'm not even over there, but whatever.
Gritty. Westerman got off so easy. Westerman got 0. He got nothing.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'll say they did confiscate
He
his
got
phone.
drug a
They
little.
confiscated his phone and tried to whatever they call it, gray block it or gray hand or gray, I don't know what, gray Hulk. I don't know what the fuck they call it. But they tried to crack his phone. They took his phone and tried to crack it for like a long ass time. I have no idea whether they ever gave it back to him.
What
So
were they?
that does suck. I mean, I'm not gonna say that doesn't suck, but as far as legally, like, yes, he was essentially never ever charged with anything and never got anything. Nothing.
Gritty ready to talk. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, drop a link. We could drop a link.
I'll drop the link.
Oh, can you do that from here?
Yeah, I could do anything.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
I
I appreciate you pulling some weight.
Oh, listen here, buddy. Don't be like DD. You don't want to be my frenemy. Things get bad. Oh, there's a link. Yeah, so there was something else I read too. You know Taya or Taya, whatever her name is. She was a bad
No, I have no idea what words you're saying.
Taya, I think Taya. What? It's like Tanya without the end. It's like Tanya without the end.
No, I have no idea who that is.
Taya, maybe Taya. Anyways,
I know that is.
she's one of the girls that was like, there were screenshots going around about the horror screams at the bridge the night before or whatever. She was a backpack. Who also was the stepdaughter of Jennifer Dean Barnes, who ended up marrying Jennifer Dean's ex-husband or something like that. Oh, we got a Gritty, my wifey.
Hello. What's good?
Hello.
What is this part of the sister wife thing? I didn't agree to that.
Well, I mean,
We're spreading.
right. It is kind of what it is.
It
But
is what
yeah,
it is.
it is. But yeah, when I went to the Westerman hearings, they talked about a CPS worker. They mentioned the DCS worker out of Franklin, Indiana. They did not drop a name. They did say they took Westerman's device. They said it will take 2 years to get that device back cracked from the information.
Yeah,
I think they're full of
said in
themselves,
the
man.
March 18 hearings
What?
that it would take 2 years. But did
2
they
years.
also say
Yeah.
that at his hearing?
they talked briefly about it, but like the way that they conducted Westerman's hearing was so freaking weird. Okay, so like first and foremost, it is the loudest courtroom I have ever been in my entire life. Like, normally people go up in front of the judge, they want everybody to be like quiet, you know, like you want to be able to hear what's going on. That is not the way this judge ran that courtroom. People were in like full scale conversation. Like you're leaning forward because you're trying to hear what's going on, and there are people just actively having a full conversations around you.
Like
Um,
unrelated
yeah,
or related.
unrelated, like crazy. And they're having all kinds of conversations around you
Do
going
you
on.
think
It
that's
is the
by
loudest
design?
courtroom. I don't know, like probably because it was like the loudest courtroom I've ever been in all of my years. And I've been in a lot of courtrooms. Um, so like they're talking to him, and like when Westerman was talking to the judge, like there was no bass in his voice at all whatsoever. It was like a little mouse. The judge would ask him a question. He's like, "What's your name?" Thomas Mitchell Westerman. Like his voice got so high,
Oh God, worse than mine.
crazy, worse than yours,
Oh
worse than
God.
yours. Um, so like they're talking to him about everything, and like obviously they, schedule it for another hearing, a couple hearings get moved around and stuff like that because they were really trying to be strategic with Westerman when they were doing all of this. Like I can't even begin. Like he had his first hearing the same day that the Scoyne hearings were going on. Like I don't know. I was on it that day and I was like, get and go, like between the Capitol building and then driving 40 minutes to go to Westerman's hearing and then back to the Capitol building for the Scoyne hearings. The day that they were sentencing Westerman, they did it real dirty. So Westerman had his attorney in the room, obviously. And so when it came time for him to do like his agreement with the judge, like before the judge to get sentencing, they whisked him out of that courtroom and took him to another courtroom upstairs in the building.
Right, because I was watching the docket and I was waiting for an update from y'all,
It was
and
hilarious.
and I saw it before any of you guys saw it, and I was like,
Dude, it was
they
hilarious.
pre-trial
Okay.
diversion. That like I think that's what happened, and then everybody was still waiting for like 5 hours, and I was like,
No, dude,
that's weird. That's weird.
we're sitting in the courtroom and the courtroom was totally like packed, right? Like Westerman's in there and his attorney, like, attorneys run in and out of the courtroom and stuff. So like Westerman talks to his attorney, he sits down for a minute or whatever, and he's sitting in like the row or whatever. And the way that this courtroom is designed, you have to get up and go up the side of the aisle, and you're forced to go behind the prosecutor's like desk to get to the little door that opens. He ran in, like his attorney like went over, like motioned for him to come on, like walked back into the courtroom because he left the courtroom for a hot minute and just kept coming in, in and out, in and out. He motions to Westerman like, hey, like, come on. Westerman ran into the back of the chair of the prosecutor's thing and damn near tripped over the back of the chair in the courtroom, trying to get over to that door to get out to go upstairs to be whisked upstairs. I'm not thinking anything of it. I'm thinking like this dude's just like stepping out of the courtroom so his lawyer can say something to him. And we're sitting there and we're waiting for him to come back into the courtroom. And we're waiting, we're waiting, we're waiting, we're waiting. We sat there for hours, like hours. Finally, like the court like goes to end and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what is going on? Found out that they whisked him upstairs to do his little thing.
So
And yeah,
why
it
is
was insane.
The weirdness about this is that the most nothing charge that could ever exist. Like,
Well, they basically told him that they would dismiss all of these charges if he did like this. I guess it's like a diversion program, but they really just wanted him to pay like fines and fees. Okay.
Imagine
well,
that.
that's
So
what a pretrial.
that's it. That's all they wanted him to do was pay some fines for what he did. Okay.
Well,
Absolutely.
it
Just
is more. It is a little bit more than that. They wanted him to sign something that said to admit that there was probable cause, which
yeah,
is
but
an extremely low bar, but it would still end up being. It's the same thing. It's dismissed or it's dismissed. Like it doesn't.
right. And I'm not sure how much the fines were because they didn't specify it on the order. They
Oh, no,
had just
I mean,
said
well, I mean, he whatever they were, he did pay them. Like
right.
he wouldn't have gotten to
So
that point without.
what they did was they said, okay, you sign this agreement or whatever, you pay this amount of fines and then we will dismiss the charges, like dismiss it and let it go.
Right.
So he was supposed to have a follow-up hearing on September 28th. And I was going to go to that hearing, but I got into that accident and my car got totaled out on the 19th. So I wasn't able to go back there. Well, today there was a new news article dropped about Westerman
It
about
wasn't
how
today. It was a while
well it
ago.
was yesterday. It was like 10 hours
Well,
ago is
no,
what it
no, no,
said.
no, no. I missed some of the news cycle. So, like, it was a little while ago, um, that they continued that hearing, that September
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
But before, I think it was I don't know what it was, September 28th or something, and then they
Yeah.
continued to October 30 or something. Um, but then October 21st, which I missed, that they had updated.
Mhm.
They filed another motion to dismiss, and then
Yeah.
just yesterday they just granted it all, and it's just
Yeah,
all.
yeah, and so I saw this article today that said that he had paid the fees, the fines that were assessed to him, and that they had dismissed the charges. And I was like, okay, like,
I'm not sure if they like if it still follow. It seemed like it didn't follow the normal process.
no,
They did not see the pretrial diversion program through
Mm,
its conclusion. They filed
right.
a motion to dismiss again, a second one, because they did one early, and the judge was just like, "No," like the prosecutor brought the charges.
Well,
So we're gonna
before
do
the
something with that.
first hearing, the first hearing, his lawyer had mentioned um, about the motion to dismiss. Specifically, the judge told that lawyer, I want to see what is happening in the case with Delphi before I make any decisions. The judge literally said that.
What?
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's
The judge literally said, I want
really.
to see what is going on with Delphi first.
I can't
And
believe you
then
say that.
nothing. You understand what I'm saying to you? So, like, everybody's like on the edge of their seats. You know what I mean? Because, like, we're wondering, like, okay, what's going to happen? All of this stuff is moving. You have the Scoyne hearings, and then, the fast and speedy trial was put into place for May, right? So the judge is like, I want to see what's going on there first. And they were kind of like, okay, well, we'll schedule another hearing. And then nothing. You know what I mean? Like it's just a big nothing burger. Like then they reschedule, you get there. He's supposed to be coming to this agreement. He was supposed to be before the judge at 1:30 p.m. I'm telling you, like they didn't whisk him upstairs until well around 3 o'clock. And they whisked him upstairs and it was just done. And then they were saying, like, I saw a document that was filed that was talking about, dismissing the charges after like fees and whatever, like some sort of program was implemented and he paid fees or whatever. And then they were doing the follow-up hearing on September 28th. And that was the last that I heard of it. You know what I mean? And I was like, well, I'll go to the September 28th hearing, but like I said, I got into that car accident on the 19th and my car got totaled out. So I was like, well, can't go there, you know. And so I was just like, I'll just wait and see what happens. And then I didn't hear anything else. I didn't see really anything else until today when I saw that article and they were like, he paid these fines and it's done. It's gone. It's
Yeah,
dismissed.
follow me on Twitter. I posted about it.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
have a question. Regarding that cracking his phone, why don't they just get the password or whatever from him and
Because you're not required to tell somebody your password.
yeah, he ain't required to give them nothing. He told them to go fish.
You don't.
He told them, I ain't giving
no.
you shit. Go
Hey,
fish.
don't talk to the cops and don't tell the cops your fucking passcode.
Correct.
well, I thought
Don't give
because
them nothing. Make them go fish for everything that they want. Don't make
Right.
it easy for them. Make them do their
Right.
job.
well, absolutely, but the reason why I asked that is because I figured that because they had the case and it was surrounded around digital information, that they would already had that access granted to them because
Yeah.
it's technically evidence.
There's nothing.
Yeah, I don't.
There's nothing that you can do to get somebody's passcode for them. They just tell you, "Fuck you" now.
Right.
Yeah, he told them, "Fuck you, go fish," and that was about the gist of it. So they were like, "Well, I mean, we could get the information off of his devices," and then they were like, "But it's going to take up to 2 years to get that stuff back." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And by the time this 2 year mark is over, I mean, what's going to happen next? You
Right.
know, that's pretty much where that was at that.
I mean,
Well,
if you got,
and
You know.
if he
got a
even
target,
has anything on there.
not give anybody anything. Don't. I mean,
Yeah, no.
dude, he went to law school. I mean, he's not a lawyer, but he went to law school. So, like,
Right.
he knows well enough. Don't do that. Like,
Right.
Well,
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
anybody with half a brain knows not to do it.
Yeah,
Well,
but
You know?
lots of people don't know not to do it, but he certainly would know.
The only reason I
Yeah.
brought it up is because I thought it would have already been a item that is listed as evidence. You know, they just will take it
No, there's
if
no.
they can.
Well, I mean, they did take his phone, but they can't get into it. Now, also, there's no reason that his phone would have anything to do with anything.
Right.
I mean, I'm not very complimentary of Mitch Westerman, but like, it's just because of like the actions that we know that he did. I'm not assuming that like he's some nefarious criminal beyond that. So
Right. Well, and also,
beyond what he actually did, which is just questionably whether it's even legally like wrong. It's ethically wrong.
right.
But I wouldn't assume that. I mean, I'm sure he's a fine fellow. Beside that, I'm
Well,
sure he is.
and we already know that his pictures weren't the ones that were spread around.
I don't know what we know, and I don't like, dude. We don't know this information without somebody that has
The
insider.
transcripts tell you.
No, none of that stuff means anything. It's all bunk. The only people that can talk about it are the people that know what they did.
But
And Mitch Westerman isn't going to talk about it. And
Well, no, he knows not to talk
and,
about it. He
and
knows to keep your mouth shut.
Kyle Fortson isn't going to talk about it. So
well,
you don't have a lot. You don't have a lot of options to like get any information about that situation. So like, it's not something.
but we know that the pictures are distinguished from each other.
I wouldn't worry about
Correct.
it.
We do.
I would not fix.
That's what I'm talking about, Fiend, though.
Dude, you'll never know without somebody that knows telling you. And
It's in
the
the
people,
transcript.
no, it's nothing's in the transcripts because the people that
Holman
know
admitted it.
what the people that know what they know isn't in the transcripts.
Holman admitted it.
Yeah, Holman admitted that shit on the stand at the March 18th hearing. I promise you he did, because he talked about the different markings on there to specify where they came from, because this was
Circles
not
and
the
squares.
first leak with these crime scene photos. This was like the third leak. They had 2 prior leaks with these crime scene photos before Westerman, before all of that stuff. And so
Before
they
they had
We
an
don't know.
purposefully
arrest.
marked it
We don't know
according to the
if
leaks.
these leaks. Hold on, man, because it's even been brought up in this trial that it's been prefaced that the defense may talk about some leaks. So
Yeah, yes, sir. And it was referred
wait
to.
to hear what is said on the record. I
I,
don't.
I'll,
I,
okay,
I
and I'm
with,
telling you what was said on the record at March 18th hearing when I sat there
I
and
was
listened
there
to
too.
it.
I was there too. I heard it all too. I was right there.
We have the transcripts feed.
I know, and I was right there. I've read the transcripts. I was right there. I don't know what the grand takeaway is. Like, I think you're jumping to some conclusions if you got a grand takeaway from that. Like,
I'm
it's
not jumping to
very
grand
very
conclusions.
fuzzy.
I'm
Like
just, I am
the
assessing.
the grand conclusion of the contempt hearing is that Hennessy just hands down won the contempt hearing, like, and it was slam dunk. That's the only conclusion.
No.
I don't think that we know greater things about the leaks or the details of the leaks. The people that know about the leaks are the people that are involved with the leaks. Those people did not talk. Like, there was no evidence that was brought in that was like really relevant. That's why he won it hands down. Unless Mitch Westerman is coming out and talking about stuff, unless Mark Cohen is coming out and talking about stuff, like, you're not going to get, like,
Mark Cohen is under a rock, I'm pretty sure.
I don't even know, but I wouldn't trust him to talk clearly about what that situation was.
Fair enough.
And then
Understandable.
and that's it, because those are the only people that really know.
Okay, fair enough. And if they talk more about the leaks during the trial and they put it on record, fair enough. I'm
Right.
just going by what was said
I think
on the stand
the
and what
stuff
Holman
the
testified to while he was up on that stand. Of course, Holman's lied several times while on the stand. I can't even with that man.
I mean,
Yeah, but this one was like he
it's
was
on the record.
directly questioned by
It's on the record that there's shady stuff. Like, that's clear. Like, we just don't know the specifics about exactly what happened. So, like, I don't think you can draw any conclusions.
Yeah,
The stuff that might come into the trial is about the early leaks. It's about people that
correct.
took pictures at day one
yeah, it's
on
horrible.
February 14th. I assume.
Right. When the private citizens were there before the police got to the scene.
McCurdy.
Well, see, that's a problem for the state, because their narrative had that, okay, Pat Brown is a private citizen, but the people he was with were law enforcement officers. So that those are the people that found the bodies, right? So
2 hour discussion.
You know, there's a lot of
so
conjecture about
there isn't
who
really
found the bodies
there's an
and
opportunity.
who did what. There's a
It,
lot of things that are fluckery going on, man. Like it just
all
more than one red flag. I
right.
can't say it enough. There's too much fluckery going on, man.
Well,
Absolutely.
so we're only going through the state story of things right now, right?
I
And
know.
when you get to the defense's story of things, things might change quite a lot. And you
It
know,
sucks so much.
you got Pat Brown and law enforcement officers finding the bodies, and the scene is just permanently secured, or is it? Like, you have to wait. You have to wait for for the defense's story, because they've got information.
Oh,
Like,
for sure.
Of course they
this is
do. The
what you're
defense
referencing. This is what you're referencing. Like, this is the
the
stuff that
the
we're talking
defense
about.
has a hell of a lot of witnesses that are going to be coming
Oh
forward on
yeah,
their side.
there's a lot to talk about.
Right
There's a
now,
lot
like
to talk about.
the defense is looking at like 135 witnesses right now.
I mean,
And I don't know if they're even going to make it
they
through
filed
all
with 120, so
135
that's the upper cap.
because of the fuckery that Nick's pulling right now.
And the
Because
2 days they
people
have
that
to
are
have
on the stand
Wawa.
right now,
They're gonna need all that.
it saves time and it saves money to be able to go ahead and depose them while they're there on the stand. Nick is not allowing that to happen because it is his time to present the case, and all they are allowed to do is respond to what Nick is presenting.
Yeah,
So
that's
what
all
they
I
have to do is they are going to have to turn around, and all of these people that have been called as defense or prosecution witnesses, they're going to have to turn around and they're going to have to recall those witnesses. You know what that's doing? That's running the time clock down. It is an art form of war amongst attorneys. And that is what's going to happen. All it is doing is running down the clock and taking time away from the defense. They have a lot of witnesses and a lot of information to get through. And I'm telling you, there are going to be some mad fucking people when they find out things in this case. And I will leave it at that one.
I would like to say something. They should have done it like they did in Debt V Heard. This side gets this much. This side gets this much. If you blow through it, that's on you. But it would never be that easy and nice for everybody.
They don't want to make it easy. They don't want to make it easy for anybody. You know what I mean? But I think that so far, I think there's been a lot of good points that have been made already, you know?
For sure.
And I'm ready to hear more. Like at this point, like I feel like it's everything that's been put out by the prosecution is just regurgitated over and over and over again. We've heard so much of this.
I am
So I'm
having
really
deja
just
vu.
interested to hear and see what it is that is going to be presented on the defense's side. You know what I mean? Because you're really like 135 witnesses. You're not going to not get to some form of the meat and potatoes there. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm having deja vu. I feel like I've had this exact conversation before in life. Probably.
Yeah, exactly. Judge Jessica said Nick wouldn't even estimate his time or tell them their final witness number. Exactly. And so there was like at one point, I went to one of the hearings. This was in March, before the May hearings, because I've gone to all of the hearings minus the trial so far. I am going to go to trial for a week. I will be able to be there for just 1 week right now. But Nick said, you know, he had 100 witnesses, and the defense pointed out to him, dude. And Nick was like, I think we can shave the fat off some of these witnesses and get it down to about 45. The defense pointed out to Nick, like, your witness list, some of these people's names are written on this witness list more than once. Like, it's the same people just added to the list over and over again.
Yeah, because
You
he's
know,
only calling
so
them for certain things and then saying beyond the scope, beyond the scope, beyond the scope.
correct. But also, the whole point of it was that there was only that 2 weeks. And the most frustrating part about it was that, you know, Judge Goal is supposed to be the person who's supposed to be allocating and helping to make this a smooth transition, a smooth process. She was unwilling to budge. And Rosie's like, so what am I supposed to do? Or are we supposed to let Nick have 14 days of presenting whatever side that he's going to present? And then the defense only gets 1 day? Like, that's it? You know? Um, He's like, I can't do that. And that's the whole reason why they had to waive the fast and speedy trial in May, because Goal was unwilling to relinquish any days. Nick's saying, I don't know how long it's going to take me. I don't know how long it's going to take to examine witnesses and cross examine witnesses and all this other junk, you know, like that, that's an issue, you know. Um, I'm going to try to be inside to watch Judge Jessica. I'm gonna do my best. I know that I have to be there like super early. I know that I'm gonna have to stand out there all night and endure all of the craziness. I'm not really happy about it, but I mean, it is what it is. You got to do what you got to do. Yeah, she did say you can't try this case in a month. There's something wrong with you. She sure did.
She wanted it tried in 3 days.
She wanted it done in 2 weeks. She wanted it done in 2 weeks, and she did not care if the defense got their time to present their side of the facts. She did not care about that. This judge is absolutely pro prosecution. Um, I
It's
mean, like,
beyond that.
and like for me, like it was crazy. Like I got to meet Mr. Hennessy after one of the hearings, after the contempt hearing, and I was super like excited because like I felt like he did a really great job um at the contempt hearings and stuff. And I just said, I really appreciated hearing you like talk about this stuff, and all of that. And so he he shared something with me that I will never forget. It was the most hilarious thing. And he said, I've known Judge Gull since she was working in the prosecutor's office. And I said, oh, really? And he said, yeah, and she knows one thing. And I said, what's that, Mr. Hennessy? And he literally said, she knows not to fuck with me.
I love him.
That was his response. Like, I was like, whoa, you know, to me, it's crazy. And like, I felt kind of like let down when, Hennessy had filed to ask to stay on the case as the third attorney because he was already like familiarized with what was happening, the goings on in the case. And Gold just straight up was like, nope, denied, not happening. You know, she was not about that.
It's
So,
yeah, it's if this ends up in like the appeals process, it's gonna be. Can they call the judge and like the prosecutor for
I
that?
the people that Rick needs an acquittal.
He really does.
I mean, I think that they
not,
can.
do not put any faith in an appeals process. I don't care what you say. Oh, it's definitely like it's a guarantee. It's a reversible error. No, get the fuck out of here. He needs an acquittal.
He does.
The do not
Okay, no
an
bad
appeals
juju, my
process
bad.
be denied. There's not going to be an explanation. It's just going to be what it is, and people will be mad about it, but it's going to be what it is. What he needs is an acquittal.
I agree.
So this is in the hands of the jury. The main danger here is a mistrial.
Right. So how do you feel about like the jurors' questions so far? Like, how do
They're
you
great.
feel?
They're great. They're absolutely like they're thinking about they're thinking about things. Like they're
Absolutely.
they're keeping an open mind, and like, you know,
I
I mean,
appreciate how thorough and articulate their questions are. They are well
right.
thought
I
out
mean,
questions.
one of the things about this process is that this isn't an even in India. It's not completely normal. It's allowable, and Judge Gull has allowed it, but it's because it gives her an additional level of control. These jurors write down their questions and hand them forward, and she can look at them and see, like, who is this question coming from? What does that person think?
Well, she can also prevent some of those questions from
Oh
being
yeah,
asked. Like
and
she gets to pick and
she has
choose.
complete control over which questions get answered and don't get answered. Like, to some degree, like, you gotta hope that like enough of the jury is like questioning enough, because they'll also know which, like, they'll also get a like a feel for the pattern of which questions don't get answered. Like, hey,
Right.
can like can can that witness, like, is that the guy? Is that the guy right there?
Right.
Like
Right.
that's an obvious question. Is that one getting through? Nope.
Mm,
Sure isn't.
no.
Do you think the jury is questioning that type of like what why is that question not okay? Why wouldn't why can't they just say, hey, is that the guy right there? Right, right? That's an obvious question. I guarantee you they asked that, and
Mm,
and it didn't get through, and the jury knows for sure that it didn't get through. So,
well, absolutely.
well,
Um,
what's your conclusion when the judge, they also know how the process works. They know that the judge decides whether the question gets through or not. Why is the judge not letting us ask the question of, like, is that the guy right there? Like, this is the whole reason that we're in this court right there. Like, if that witness just says that's the guy right there, like, that might answer like all the questions, but that question can't be asked.
pretty sad that it can't be asked. You
Mm,
know,
well,
I
I mean,
I wonder.
defense doesn't want it asked either, because, like, oh, a yes is not good, right? Yeah, that's
Right.
right. They're not
True.
asked that question. The jury wants
So
to ask
you have to
questions.
wonder if the jury's got in like a pretty good fair amount of questions so far. So it does kind of make you wonder like how many of those listed of questions didn't make it. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
there's got to be more than
gonna
just
be.
one question that didn't make it.
I think it's gonna be some of those obvious ones, like that sort of scenario. But I mean, I think that there's a feeling out process, because the judge is corrupt. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's just the long and short of it. Like, she's feeling out who on the jury is just like is dangerous. That
So true.
that's why she wants to see the questions.
Right. And we know that they lost and
This is not a up and up, like, on the up and up judge. Like, this is a corrupt judge, and this is just the scenario. These are the cards that Rick Allen has been dealt. He has to go up against everything, including a corrupt judge that will vet the jury throughout the entire process, feel out their questions, and weed them out.
yep. That's crazy to me though. Like,
I feel
oh
like
my
it's
Oh,
gonna
goodness.
bite her in the
it is
ass,
crazy, but
though.
like, look, dude, you get so much evidence of something, it's convincing. That's what I'm convinced of.
It's gonna bite her in the ass because if you're not allowing certain things to be asked, they're going regardless of what
Well,
You tell them to do.
That's the whole problem with this whole scenario is that if it ever goes bad for the state, there's an ejection button. You just force a mistrial, and it just all goes away. It all gets delayed.
True.
Right.
Rick Allen doesn't get out of jail; he stays in jail.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. And
You don't like this jury, you get a new jury. Like it doesn't matter how bad your case is. You can continue this. It's pretty fucked up, but they have every possibility of being able to do that. Like it's just easy.
I guess that's true.
When it's rigged and when the judge is doing it for you, it's the easiest thing in the world. Like at this point,
Yeah.
like they don't have a fucking case. There's nothing. They haven't provided anything.
I think right now, like they're clutching on to the confessions that are going to be introduced.
Right, but
And we're going to be seeing.
that's the whole thing. If those like they told us everything was good. But up to the like all the things they told us were good or not good. Should we think that the confessions are good?
Right. And I agree. Like, I don't think that, like, the confessions don't match the crime that we've
Well,
seen so
I have no
far.
idea what the confessions say. Like I
Well,
mean I
it
wouldn't
was
be
inferred
I
that there
wouldn't be
was,
surprised. Yes, there's
it
some.
was inferred that there was admittance to using a box cutter, that the girls were shot in the back, different things like that. We know the girls weren't shot. Um, a box cutter, in my opinion, seems a little bit crazy of a weapon to use because, like,
Yeah,
I
but it
would think
doesn't
that
matter
with
what
a
it seems
box
to you.
cutter,
It matters what it seems
I
to the
know,
jury and the
I
medical examiner.
get it.
The medical examiner just said box cutter, so that one's gonna be.
He also said
But
a
that
knife
one's
too.
probably
He
that
said
one is
that in his
probably the pillar of the
deposition, he's
entire
changed
case.
his mind. He changed his mind since his deposition.
We know that, sure, we know that, but like you gotta. This is all in the hands of the jury. The jury doesn't have like the background
I
information.
know. I get it, but like, ugh. You know what I mean? Like, it's so frustrating because it's like, the jury doesn't
Well,
have that back information.
they know a little bit about it. So like because the defense has tried to like indicate like, hey, you changed your testimony without telling us, which is a good point for the defense to make.
Well, yes, and he
But
admitted that he does that in
I would
about
expect that
10% of his cases.
out of all things that are possible that are going to come into this trial, like dude, it's not like hard to like read the tea leaves. Like we know what's coming because there's never there up to this point. There's no things that are coming in against them that we don't know about. It's only things that we know about.
That's true, and there are
Way
still things.
that's the way that this works. So I would presuppose that most likely their main entire pillar is that they have a confession of him killing them with a box cutter, and they got the medical examiner to change his testimony to say that it might be a box cutter, and that's the entire case. That's the entire case. I can't foresee anything else.
It's so disheartening that so many people would be willing to, like, jump on the bandwagon to do the wrong thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's so, I don't know, it's so
And see,
frustrating.
I would guess that I don't want to like think that about everything. I don't want to think that about everybody. Like, I think that some people like probably think they're doing the right thing, even if they're doing the wrong thing.
What?
Like
So
the medical
sacrifice
examiner is
one.
being told by the prosecution and by law enforcement officers, this is the guy. This is the guy. Just give us a
It's frustrating
give
because
us a
it's
hand
like
up. Give us a hand, man. Like
it's
we
like
just gotta get him.
it's like it's frustrating because it's like sacrifice one to save the greater good of all of this crap, like stuff that they have built going on. They know what they're doing behind the scenes. They know these guys know that like this is not good for them. They are being busted out for a lot of things. A lot of things are being uncovered. I just so much that I have seen in the different research that I have done and looked at, like I can't believe that these people have skated by as long as they have. But then, you look at the history of corruption across the board, you know, since the 80s, you know, it doesn't stop. You know what I mean? They just pass the torch to the next guy willing to do the bad guy's job. That's it.
That's it.
I crazy, you know. And I think like there's so many things that I've seen happening. I just shake my head and throw my hands in the air like what the fork could possibly, because when you think that it couldn't get any more crazier or convoluted,
Oh my
something
god.
else is crawling out from under this rock. And it's like,
What the
what?
fuck is that?
It's terrible. It's terrible.
They have created new creatures, new creature features. Oh my god.
The tentacles don't even begin to describe it. It's grimy, you know? It just is. I mean, hell, Nick McLeland's been a fucking defense attorney for over half of the fucking trash there, you know? It just
Yeah.
I can't. I just can't. I can't. I can't.
From the 3021 said, is it correct the defense can't legally subpoena the FBI? That I don't know.
I
I
don't know either.
believe that's not true. I believe they can. There's a process called the TUI process, like,
Tui.
and like it's not easy, but like so this is the thing about like Delphi is that like there's a ton of Delphi people, and they're Delphi people, but they're not trial watchers. Like
Right.
they're Delphi people. Like they've been like they're true crime people. They've been into the Delphi case. They're getting into the conspiracies and like the underbelly and like all the corruption stuff that are real things, and like there's real like information to get there. Like, but they're not trial watchers. Like once you get into a trial, like things change a lot. Like except that you can't really watch this trial, so we're kind of watching it
There's
second.
no
We're,
teaching lesson.
we're watching it secondhand, but like once you get into a trial, things change a whole lot. Like that's what people have a hard time like accepting. Like, oh, but what about what this person said this one time? Doesn't matter. Like that's not what this is. This is the trial. Like we're in the
Right.
trial. We're in the trial. Like we're here.
Right.
Yeah,
We are
we're in the
we
bowels of the
this
belly,
is we're in it. Like this is what's happening is happening. It's
right?
it's on the record. It's irreversible. Like it's going to like go this direction. Like
And
I
they were
mean, we don't like we've seen some allusions to uh was the FBI kicked off this case. And when you see an allusion to something in the trial, wait, because you might see it come back up again. Like I don't think the defense brings up. Did you kick the Did you kick the FBI off the case? Oh, we can't answer that right now. Okay, wait till we put our case on, because surely that's a question that's easily answered.
Very true.
That they can put a witness up there and be like, oh yeah, they kicked us right off. They told us don't come back.
Right.
Dude, this defense team, it will fucking run over.
That's why they needed them off so bad.
Oh yeah, that's why, and it's exactly why they wanted
Yep.
that bad. Like, this defense team is not going to fuck around, dude. They're going to
They are in it.
hammer
They are
these
deep
motherfuckers.
in the belly of the beast, and they are ready to fight.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Definitely
oh
ready
my
to
God,
fight.
dude.
And I'm ready to see what they got.
It makes a person mad. It makes it makes any person mad to look at this and be like, "What the fuck? Like, you're not okay with that."
Yeah.
They're human just like us. They feel the same things. Brad Rosie is fucking mad, and Andy Baldwin is mad. Like, these,
They have every right to be
they're mad.
mad.
They're ready to fight because it's
Look
fucked
how
up.
these
It's
guys have
fucked up.
been treated. Look
No,
how
it's not. It's
how
not even
like
about them. It's about everything.
and their
It's about the
client.
fucking Constitution. It's about Rick Allen. It's about you. It's about me. It's about everybody. That they are going to throw down and fight, and
I can't wait.
they're the only ones that are going to be able to do it. And
I can't wait because
they're taking up the mantle. They're taking up the
this is
mantle for everybody.
this is going to be a showdown. I can't wait. You know what I mean? Like I definitely want to see like what's coming. You know, um, I can't like. I'm very very interested in seeing what's going to happen, and I want to see what's there, what's going to be presented, and you know that's where I'm at. Like I just I can't believe we're finally here. Like it feels like it took forever to get to this time. You know what I mean? And then like even as it started, at times it just still kind of feels surreal that it's even started yet, you know, because we've had so many like setbacks along the way.
Right. It's just like the overall like media blackout. Like they are okay, the media is already like through. I think DB and Feed put them like through the ringer. And Danielle and it's y'all been just like every chance you get. And
Right.
but not even that. I think they were through like after like the first week or so. And like yeah, there was so much excitement, like you said earlier, Feed, that now it's like the excitement's over. They're not even listening anymore. They have zero interest in getting anything right or even delivering anything of value. They'll be like, "Oh, Rick look animated." Bitch, what the fuck kind of wording is that? Like, I don't know, like
Yeah, you would be animated too if your life was on the line.
right. Well, I
Well,
was
hell
like
yeah.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
my
Fuck out
tweet,
of
I
here.
was like, "Yo, like, yeah, because he's not being tortured, drugged, uh, in a prison, pre-trial detainee, like, with and people constantly telling him to kill himself and threatening him. I mean, like, I have a feeling that everything that they have said is not even close to what has actually happened.
Oh, I mean, this is the thing that like a lot of spectators miss. Like you're thinking, is he guilty? Like, is he innocent? Because if he's innocent, he's just like you. And imagine yourself in that position.
Right.
Like Tom Webster, do you want to be sitting there? Do you think you're not going to be animated? Do you think you're not going to be like twitching? Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, obviously, you will be. Like, come on.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Like, you think you're not gonna
They
like
don't even
you
know.
don't think you're gonna be looking around the courtroom? Like, yeah, if you're the innocent person that's just in that position, yeah,
One day
it's
stretched
gonna
off
be
the
fucked
street.
up, dude. You're gonna be like out of your mind. Like,
Right.
how you've spent 2 years, you're innocent. You didn't do anything. You've never done anything in your life.
And
Right.
you went
But
to the police trying to help.
just like you or me, like, how do you think you're gonna be acting? Like, get the fuck out of here! Like, trying to analyze like what this guy is doing. Like,
I don't think you'll ever fully understand.
any one of us would be fucked up because if you're innocent in that position, you've been terrorized.
Right. It regardless, and this is probably going to be a bad take to a lot of people, but I don't care because what happened to the girls was absolutely horrific. I hate what happened to them. But even so, even if he was guilty, treating him that way is not okay because that's not what we do in this country. Period. It's not eye for an eye here. Like, period. But right now he's innocent. So
There's a very uncomfortable reality is that there is a ton of evidence that was collected in this case.
yep,
It points to somebody or some people,
that hurt him.
and they do. Obviously, all of that evidence does not point to Richard Allen. Otherwise, it would be in this case. We would be hearing it from the prosecution
Right.
as we speak. They would be bringing up all this evidence that they've collected. They've got that evidence. Why?
That's what
Why
I'm
isn't that evidence
screaming.
relevant in this case? Because
Right.
because it points to somebody else.
Right.
Right. Oh my God. Dean talks like a drug dealer who thinks his phone is tapped. Oh,
It is
I'm
tapped, but
dying.
Jessica,
I'm
it
so
is
dying.
tapped.
It's
It
probably just DB.
Facts.
Aw.
But still, he a fed.
I like
DB
DB.
claps us.
I like listening to DB when he talks about stuff because he has so much knowledge about so many different things. Like for me, if you
I'ma
can
be young,
stimulate my
stop swooning
intellect,
over
we're
him.
good.
If you want to be my wife, you need to stop swooning over him because he
I
is
can't help it. He stimulates my intellect, dear.
I got a bunch of wives that just have the hots for DB.
I have the hots for his intellect. Okay.
Mandy
I can't I can look.
we're gonna have to end.
Listen, I can look, I can listen, but I can't touch. You can't stop me from dreaming. Okay. Just let me dream.
We're gonna have to end this.
Feed's gonna get sick.
I'm just messing, y'all. For real. I'm just joking.
But if you gotta go feed, we can get off. It's cool.
Yeah, if you gotta go, like you can boot scoot and boogie if you need to, but yeah.
Oops.
I
Where am I?
like
There's
I-
a no DB
Slander.
I don't know,
There's a
slander.
no
Slander.
no DB like at
Thirst.
what?
There's no DB thirsting on this channel.
Oh,
Well, I'm not thirsting. I just like his intelligence. I'm in love with
You
his
definitely are.
intelligence.
he's like,
Love
that's
it.
enough.
That's
He's like,
different.
that's enough.
No DB thirsting.
Okay. Okay, fine. I'm sorry. I won't thirst after DB's intelligence. Oh my gosh.
Do a bully on him. That's the only acceptable DB talk.
There you go.
Okay. Well, I'll learn my lesson. I'm so sorry.
He likes it.
Dude, his head gets like,
If you bully him, he'll make you a shirt.
yeah,
Oh
it's so
yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
I did a bully on DB and all I got was a stupid shirt.
Well, I mean, hey, I don't know. I just don't know. It's crazy to me. But yeah,
It's like I
we'll
went to
keep
visit
moving.
Delphi for trial and all I got was these trumped up charges. That's
Oh no.
y'all are so
Don't do
brave.
that.
You guys are so brave.
Mm-mm. You don't want to do that.
She,
No,
I
no.
really don't. That's why I stay right the fuck here.
Well, somebody's got to take one for the team and walk into the fire, I guess.
All right, you go take a pound then, wifey.
Hmm? Well, you might fuck around and catch me swinging. Because
Oh,
I'm not going to take a pounding. I'm going to fight like a fucking crackhead. You ain't getting shit. I'm going to fuck your ass up. I don't care. I don't.
Andrea was so funny when she said that.
Oh my God. I was laughing when she described Nick's hair as the coke dealer hair. I cannot look and think about I can't unhear that. I can't unsee it.
For
I told
real.
you for Halloween I'ma dress like Nick and I'm gonna put some baby powder in my hair and slick my hair back. Swear
Girl,
to
baby
God.
powder and bacon grease.
And I'm gonna wear my sunglasses at night. It's on.
That's so fun.
It's on. That's hilarious. Like ever since she said that, I just can't get that out of my head at all.
Right. For sure. You need something where you can play that little bit.
Oh my goodness. I'm dying. That's hilarious. But I have enjoyed the recaps. Like, I've enjoyed Andrea's recaps a lot. She has done a really great job just bringing all of the information. She makes you feel like you're there, like in the courtroom. Like, I like it. I think it's great.
I like the preemptive, like when she's about to say something that she just can't on, and you can just see it coming. Don't diss the baby powder, best try shampoo ever. That's a fact.
Right? I'm not dissing the baby powder. I just want to make sure that my cocaine hair is prominent. That's
Right?
all.
We gotta do the bacon grease and then the baby powder.
Right? You got to get it all in.
Wait, if you do, that might dry it out. So
I don't want to do that.
maybe do like powdered
Well,
sugar.
his hair's got a little bit of an oilish thing to it going on too,
Right?
in my opinion.
In my opinion.
So, in my opinion, you know, I have a lot of opinions that I probably shouldn't say 'cause they'll get me in trouble.
Oh, I do that too. It's so good.
But I guess you can't be bad, be good at it. Yeah, I think Andrea is incredible. She has a great memory.
Oh shit.
Ruh-roh, what is that?
Uh-oh. Automated video play. I was trying to play the bit.
Uh-oh. So G-Ray said, JK, it only really works for white hair. Nick is confused and drunk. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's terrible.
He got all kinds of situations going on. Pete, what are you doing?
Right. He just like left us.
No,
He's probably like, this
I'm
crazy
let you
ladies.
guys talk. I get so much slack for interrupting people. I just need to
That's
stop.
why I hang out with you.
Let y'all talk
That's why I hang out with you.
because I interrupt you and you like it.
Yeah.
Interrupting fiend.
Actually, no, he's just a proper amount of interrupting. DB be like, oh yeah, I guess you could talk. And I'd be like, oh god, now what the fuck was I gonna say?
DB's like, let's read these lines one by one. And you're like, 1, 2, 3. Hey, wait, I'm just gonna read the rest of these.
Right?
No,
fuck your life. You got 4 voices.
I'm the same way. Like, we're both interrupters, but like, I'm just saying he's not as conscious about it.
I could handle it. I'm okay. I love the crickets. It's like a staple. Your sound.
Is that like a sound effect or those like
No,
for
that's
real
real life.
crickets? Like they're for real life crickets there, Fiend?
Yeah, there's a lot of crickets here.
He's on a cricket farm.
Right. I'm in Indiana, man.
So am I. I'm in Indiana too. I just don't live near a cricket farm. I live near.
He
Why?
raises crickets in his spare time.
I don't know. I'm cursed. There's also a lot of coyotes.
Yes, there are a lot of coyotes. Definitely.
And a lot of gunshots.
That is like
Well,
a
I don't have
strange
the gunshot
combo.
problem in my area, but I
That's
guess
a
maybe if
strange
I lived in
combo.
like.
Oh no, there'll just be random gunshots, like a lot of them, any point in time. Which I think is like an important like.
We should bring it up at
I
trial.
don't know. I mean, I kind of like it. I don't think Delphi's like that different than like kind of like where I live. Like, I mean, I don't think people are gonna notice gunshots going off. You know, I don't think people are gonna think much of screams.
That's
Interesting. You
that's
must live in a very weird, like bad
here's
area,
the thing,
then, bro.
like, don't pay it a second mind.
Because if I hear screams and gunshots, like, okay, that like,
Okay,
yeah, that's something to be alarmed
I
about.
just
That's
heard
something to be
screams.
like,
I
what the
just heard
fuck is going on?
so they're
He's gonna
not.
be like,
Like,
oh,
I don't think anything of it.
it's Friday.
Last time I heard gunshots, there was somebody dead outside of the back of my house in an alleyway.
That is
And I
crazy.
dialed
But
911 and I was literally on
the
hold.
difference is that like when I hear gunshots and screams, like there's nobody dead. Like it's just
Right. But
it's normal.
the last time there was gunshots and screams, I dialed 911 and I shit you not, Indianapolis Police Department. I was on hold for 20 minutes before somebody on 911 picked up and that kid died in his car. It was a terrible situation.
Yeah, that is
I
terrible. I mean, dude, Indy's fucked up, man. I mean that yeah. When there's bad things, it's bad.
when it's bad, it's real
If
bad.
there were more bad things around here, it would be bad. Like I was telling the story where a cop drove over somebody's head earlier.
What?
Yeah, not
I
great.
didn't hear it. I missed it.
Yeah, that's not good. It's not good. But like,
Not good.
but
Feeds like, I think nothing of it.
when it's done, it's done. And then like, then
Seems like it's just another day in the neighborhood.
right.
Right.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
It is terrible.
Like that's
it is
everyday life.
actually
Just keep
horrific.
it moving, keep it pushing. Don't
Actually
worry about it.
horrific, but like it's not as common as like a situation in Indianapolis, which just happens all the time.
Oh my goodness. Indianapolis, that is crazy. Like crazy. I was like, I finally was like, I can't do it like anymore. I'm gonna have to just pack up and move because it's just so much craziness all the time.
Right.
It's a high crime rate. You know, you worry about like everything there, you know. And I was like, I don't want to deal with that anymore. I want to move away from Indianapolis, and that's what I did. And I haven't lived near Indianapolis in about 8 years. And now I'm just getting to the point where I'm ready to leave Indiana because I don't want to be here for the winter times no more. I'm getting tired of the winters.
Oh, winter is
I'd
awful.
rather go somewhere warm and
I feel
tropical.
you.
But you know how that goes. The east side of Indy and felt safer there than I did. Where the hell do you live at? Feeling safer somewhere else than the east side of Indy. Whoa. That's disturbing.
Right?
Oh my God. No. Like no. And we're at in Indy on the east side. Which part of the east side? Because I guess there are some nice sides of the east side, but then there's some other east side parts that you just don't want to be, you
Oh,
know?
the east side is fine. You're
It
overreacting.
depends on where you
You
are.
don't know. You don't know. You don't know.
Oh, here it
I
goes.
do know. The
No, you
fuck
don't
I
know.
do know, bro.
The east side is fine. Don't worry about it.
Depends on where the east side that you're
When the
roaming
man
around,
was
bro.
like, I hear screams and gunshots and cops run over innocent people. It's fine.
Yeah,
It's
right.
another
And
day.
Fee's
It's
He's
fine.
like, it's cool. It's cool. Nothing to see here. Irvington ain't that bad. Irvington ain't that bad at all. I used to actually go over to the plasma center over there in Irvington. I donated plasma there for like years. And that ain't the hardcore east side. Right around there, you're good. You can still walk around at night.
Is that the east side you're
So
talking about, Fiend?
no, I don't know what East Side
I
Fiend's talking about.
like inner east side. I don't know about inner east side, but I like outer east side. It's fine. It's fine.
No, we're talking about Irvington or whatever. This.
Irvington's nice.
Irvington is nice. Listen, did you guys know that there's a house over there in Irvington that actually H. Holmes lived in
Uh-uh.
at one point in time? And they say that that house is actually haunted.
Is
For
that the
real.
one I was telling you about?
I don't know if you were telling me about that. I know that there was a gay couple that had bought that house some years back,
No, this
and
is different. Remember that Reddit
they
thread I sent you with the guy who died? And he was like, "Don't go on this property. They hunt people."
I don't remember that off the top
Oh,
of my head,
yeah,
but
it's crazy. Dude was calling
Irvington's
people out.
yeah, Irvington's not a bad area. Like it's a little nice, like little subdivision type thing right there, you know.
Pete, have you
But I
ever
did
heard that before? I lost him.
What's that?
It was a scream and a gunshot, and then he just stopped talking. But we were like, "Oh, that's normal for his area. What do you want me to do, Ossifer? I need a lawyer because my web history is bad, and I back into my parking spots."
uh-oh. Well, that's not good.
Pete, what are you doing?
Fiend
Uh,
is tuning
Five.
us out.
Yeah, I need to go.
Okay.
We're at 5 hours. It's too long.
just,
Oh, but
yeah,
it's Friday night, Fiend. Where's your party? Where's your little party deal at, man?
right?
This is my therapy, not my party.
You guys are ruining it.
Okay,
All
I
right.
got you. All right. Well, thank you for having us on to
As well.
conversate back and forth. Appreciate you. You have a great night. All right.
Thank you for coming on, Grady. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Anytime. Holler at you later.
All right. Peace.